Welcome to this evening's meeting of the City of York Council at the Citadel. As usual, our meeting is being webcast. This is in order to enable residents and other members of the public to have the opportunity to either watch live or to view later on demand, should they wish to do so. In the unlikely event of any sort of emergency this evening and requiring us to vacate the building, please make yourself aware of the emergency exits and follow the instructions of the security staff present this evening. I'd like to remind everyone, as usual, to behave respectfully and appropriately through tonight's meeting in order that we can have a good, productive and positive debate, giving as many members as possible the opportunity to contribute. Also remind members that the guillotine will fall 3 hours and 30 minutes after the start of the main meeting, and intend to have one break tonight during the meeting at an appropriate point for about 15 minutes. I have received apologies from Councillor Ben Burton. Are there any other apologies? Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Apologies from Councillor Smalley, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Smalley. Can we record those, please?
Of course.
Mobile phones. Please do turn your phones to silent. Mute any electronic equipment for the duration of the meeting. That really would be appreciated. And so before we move on to the business of the meeting, I remind everyone of our agreement at the July meeting of full council that passed a motion requiring the Lord Mayor to remind us of our commitment to net zero targets. With that in mind, you'll be aware that York's target for net zero is the year 2030. We need to adapt and thrive, and despite extreme weather, we need to encourage new skills and jobs to ensure a just transition. We now have only 2,118 days before the 31st of December 2029. The challenge is immense. We must and shall continue to work together to address the climate emergency. As usual, please speak clearly during the debate. Use the microphones. We'll try standing. I know very often we've then resorted to remaining seated when speaking, but we'll try standing when speaking this evening. When you've finished speaking, do be sure to switch the microphone off. That would be helpful. Indicate when you wish to speak by raising your hand, and I will call on you at an appropriate time. To help us get through the business effectively, I'd be grateful if you could keep the meeting focused. I'll do my very best to keep us on track. So first of all, item 1, declarations of interest. May I ask all members who have a personal, prejudicial, or disclosable pecuniary interest in any of the business to be discussed at tonight's meeting to declare your interest now, if you've not already done so, on the register of interests in advance. I don't see any indications. Thank you. Secondly, the approval of minutes. Do I have members' approval to sign the minutes of the Budget Council meeting held here on the 22nd of February? Thank you. Thirdly, civic announcements. This is the last time that I will chair full council, over 2 terms in the last 3 years. And I've chaired council in many different settings. Here at the Citadel, of course, also at the Guildhall, at the Assembly Rooms, at the Racecourse, socially distanced, on Zoom, even more socially distanced, in the George Hudson Room, anything but socially distanced. In fact, just about everywhere in the city, except our own council chamber. But the civic year does not end until 23rd of May, and there's a full programme between now and then, including several events to support our two chosen local charities. So permit me, if you will, just to mention two events: a murder mystery evening in the Mansion House on the 22nd of April, and our very last fundraising event on the 18th of May in the Guildhall, the Lord Mayor's Ball. I'd be delighted to give you more information about either of those. The one thing I do want to say this evening is it was one of my predecessors as Lord Mayor who in 2017 signed our declaration as a city of human rights, just a year after York was recognised as a city of sanctuary. I'm confident we all agree how important it is that York is experienced as a safe place for all its communities. And it's been my privilege, along with the Civic Party, to do whatever I have been able to do to express and promote this. Even this week, yesterday evening, we were honoured to be invited to the York Mosque to share in the iftar, the breaking of fast, just as on Monday evening, we were honoured to join members of York's Jewish community and many others at the annual commemoration of the horrendous events of March 1190. Clifford's Tower should have been a place of sanctuary by royal decree. But on the evening of 16th of March 1190, it wasn't. The city of York should be a safe place for all our communities. And it behoves all of us as citizens, and especially as political leaders, to do all in our power to promote this. So I'm pleased to welcome both the Imam of York Mosque and York's first resident rabbi in more than 800 years, who have registered to be our first two public speakers this evening. And so we come to public participation. In total, 6 registered speakers. And before we proceed, I'd like to remind our public speakers of the rules relating to participation as set out in our Constitution. Namely, that in exercising the right to public participation, a member of the public is entitled to express views positive or negative about the performance of the council, but may not say anything defamatory or discriminatory, or make any personal attack on an officer, nor disclose confidential or exempt information, including personal information. Having said that, I call on our first speaker, Imam Amar Sasha, who would like to speak on community cohesion. Imam, you have 3 minutes to address council. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I begin with the greeting of peace and blessings. I stand before you today, not only as the faith leader of York Mosque, but also as a resident of York, as an individual who is increasingly concerned by the genocide ongoing in Palestine, and increasingly finding it difficult to sit and to stand and go on with our daily day-to-day life, and completely ignoring the genocide ongoing in Palestine, where there are innocent lives being taken and we're stood and we're sat and we're idle. Where I'm stood here appealing for an immediate and a permanent ceasefire in Palestine, and a call for immediate humanitarian aid to be given to those who are in need of it, and also for all detainees from the Palestinian side and from the Israeli side to be immediately released. The crisis, as we find it, as devastating as it is, it gives us an opportunity to show our commitment to the shared umbrella that we all share as being humans. We all share the same commonality of humanity, and we owe it to those innocent lives that we come together and we campaign for immediate peace and an immediate permanent ceasefire, where this matter, it transcends religion. It's not a religious issue. It's not a political issue. It's a humanitarian issue, where it transcends all of these things and all of the cultural things that we tend to attach to it. Where as a faith leader, I'm advocating for Jewish lives to be safe, for Muslim lives to be safe, for lives of faith and lives of no faith alike to be completely safe. Where we are constantly campaigning for human rights, and we're campaigning for the freedom of speech and the universal freedom of life. But when there's such a clear violation of these human rights, we need to be proactive at times like this, where we look at history and we look at in the dark times of the Spanish Inquisition, where Muslims were seen as the liberators for those of Jewish faith, where after the dark times of World War II, where Muslim majority communities came to the aid of those who were of Jewish faith. So we look at instances like that transcended religion and that transcended politics, and that came down solely to being humans and aiding each other. So the crisis, like I mentioned, isn't a political issue, it's a humanitarian issue. And when there's displacement of communities and of families, we really need to stand up for the truth, and we need to stand up for what is right. And when we call for a ceasefire, we're not picking a side. We're not picking a political movement. Rather, we're picking the one side that is of humanity. We're not showing preference to either side. We're not fueling anti-Semitism. We're not fueling Islamophobia. We're not fueling xenophobia. Rather, we're picking the side of humanity. And history will remember which side we pick. So it's imperative on every single one of us as councillors chosen by the residents of York that you represent those who have put you in these positions by a motion of ceasefire, by a motion for humanitarian aid and the releasement of detainees from both parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rabbi Elishiva.
Sorry, that's better. Thank you so much for inviting us to speak to you. I, like the high priest, I'm going to speak to you from three places. First, he would come with his personal connections, then for his family, and then for the community at large. On October 6th, my auntie held her first great-granddaughter. I have a picture of her doing so. On October 7th, she was killed by a Hamas terrorist. We, in Britain, as Jews, are not necessarily Israelis. You can hear I'm not. We are not necessarily people who have any control over what happens in the state of Israel, although we are all tied to the state of Israel because of history and love and hope. And so that event for me, for my family, for my community here, and for the community of Jews all throughout the diaspora has shifted our feeling of security. We believed that Britain was a place we could live, we could raise our children, we could watch them grow, we could see our grandchildren who believed the same thing about Israel. We knew and we know that the government of Israel is flawed, as I think most governments are, this room accepted. And we understand that sometimes things happen that are really beyond control of our own personal communities. I would say that the York community, my family, being in this complicated place of responsibility as human beings for prayer, for hope, for shift, and also fear as human beings, because the level of anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic incidents has increased tremendously. I have had a member whose star was torn from her neck, saying dirty Jew. I have had a 5-year-old told that all Jews should be burned by a fellow schoolmate. The issue is that when you're not safe, you don't know where to go, and now there is nowhere to go. That Israel is not the place we had hoped it would be. History is part of that. War is part of that. Fear and terror on both sides are part of that. And so we stand in this room together in solidarity with our Muslim friends, and we say also, it needs to end. My community is having compassionate listening sessions, and from them, we all say, there must be humanitarian aid to the people who are suffering in Gaza. There should be a rapid ability to come to the table to exchange hostages and prisoners, to change the situation, but we want to go beyond a ceasefire. It is time for peace. It's time for a better way of looking at this, so far, intractable problem. And so I urge you also, as did my colleague, to move, as Amichai says, beyond beating swords into plowshares. We have to beat them into musical instruments so that we can play and rejoice together and never again be the observers of the loss of the lives of children and hope in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I call on our third speaker, Dr. Richard Murgatroyd, who'd like to speak on agenda item 5, that is specifically York's status as a human rights city and city of sanctuary in light of the crisis in Gaza. Dr. Murgatroyd. Again, the first 2 speakers, let me just explain. I was a little lenient with the 3 minutes, but for the next 3 speakers, 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so thanks, Lord Mayor. I'd like to begin by thanking Councillor Danny Myers for the principal and honourable position he's going to be taking tonight by taking the petition, which will speak for itself. So my remarks aren't addressed to him, really. So as you may recall, councillors, 127 days ago, I counted it, both myself and Professor El Gamati came here and warned that unless the international community applied pressure on Israel, the genocide in Gaza would only intensify. We pointed out that the killings, the bombings, the deliberate starvation of the population, the cutting off of water and energy supplies, the destruction of homes, schools and hospitals, all these war crimes had a clear purpose, and actually it was a political purpose. Because the aim of the Israeli government then and now is to ethnically cleanse Gaza of Palestinian people. Now, how do we know that? We know that because they've said so, both in their words and their deeds. And we also came here and reminded you that York is officially the first human rights city, as the Lord Mayor said, and a city of sanctuary. But councillors, there are no human rights in Gaza today. There's no sanctuary for the innocent children in Gaza and Rafah who are being herded like cattle by the Israeli occupation forces towards the border of Egypt, the Sinai Desert. So 127 days have passed since we last addressed you, yet the council has not issued a statement, has not adopted a motion, has remained silent despite these tragic developments. Now, why might that be the case? Perhaps you're worried that this is essentially a religious conflict, but to unequivocally condemn Israel risks inflaming community tensions, or to do so may be in some way anti-Semitic. But I think, as the Imam quite clearly explained, that is not the case. Last Saturday, there was a demonstration in New York calling for a ceasefire, one of the largest in the city's recent history,
30
supported by Jewish people, Muslim people, and people with no religion. And I was particularly struck by the passionate words of one Jewish lady speaker who said that the Israeli government and Netanyahu don't speak for her. So this is not about religion, it's about solidarity and human decency. So just to finish, Lord Mayor, here we are once again, urging you to throw the moral weight of this ancient city, this human rights city, behind practical demands to do and to say to the national government, justice for Palestine and a ceasefire now. And that is a perfectly
very much.
reasonable
Thank you.
request.
Thank you. I call on our fourth speaker, Professor Mohammed El-Gamati, who'd like to speak on agenda item 5, petitions, specifically relating to a resolution statement Professor El-Gamati submitted to the leader of the Labour Group regarding the call for ceasefire in Gaza, restoration of all food supplies and other amenities, as well as exchange of all detainees on both sides. Again, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, councillors, our elected representatives, good evening. Assalamu alaikum. Saying assalamu alaikum, I'm not quite sure whether I will be allowed to say that in future if Mr. Joseph Gove, who is a cousin of Michael McCarthy, with his new law to stop people fueling tensions in the societies, that language will be allowed or not. I'm not going to repeat what my colleague here have said. But you all know that silence at times like this, on genocides that are taking place in front of our own eyes, is actually not good. I'm not going to say anything else but say all it takes for evil to triumph is for good people to stay silent. In the last 2 weeks, and I'm not a follower of the Oscar, but the Oscar have given prizes to 2 films. Oppenheimer, a fellow physicist like me and like Bob, who has been persecuted by the McCarthy. And the other one was talking about the zone of interest, Auschwitz. Jonathan Glazer, in his acceptance speech, urged us all to forget about the past. The present is what is important. And the zone of interest today is Gaza. Someone refers to Clifford's Tower. Well, Clifford's Tower, we all say, should be never again. And we teach our children in schools about the Holocaust. That stain on our conscience, and should say never again. Not for few, for all. Never again is for all. I will read here a few lines from a poem written by a Gazan child, a distant relation to Anne Frank's.
30 seconds.
Write my name on my leg, mama. Use the black permanent marker with the ink that doesn't bleed if it gets wet. The one that doesn't melt if it is exposed to heat. Write my name on my leg, mama. Make the lines thick and clear. Add your special flourishes so I can take comfort seeing my mama's handwriting when I go to sleep. Write my name on my leg, mama, and on the legs of my sisters and brothers. This way we will belong together. This way we will be known as your children.
Thank you.
Write my name on my leg, mama. And please write your name and add Baba's name on your legs, so we will be remembered as a family.
Thank you.
Write my name on my leg, Mama. Don't add any numbers, like when I was born,
I'm
or
afraid I
the
have to
address of our
get it
home.
brought to a close. Please,
Okay, I'll finish 2 lines.
quickly.
I don't want to be the word to live, to list me as a number. I have a name, I'm not a number. Thank you, I've taken my time.
Thank you. And our fifth speaker, Mr. Jonathan Beatson, who'd also like to speak on agenda item 5, the petition specifically in light of the crisis in Gaza, and agenda item 9, motions on notice specifically on making York a trauma-informed city. You have 3 minutes.
I don't think Mr. Beaton is here.
Oh, he's not here. And he's not joining us remotely. Okay, thank you. So our sixth speaker, Mr. Chris Brace, would also like to speak on agenda item 5, petitions, specifically petitioning the council for a robust and unequivocal demand for a ceasefire and end to the siege in Gaza.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Brace, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Today's edition of the London Review of Books, you probably can't read it, so I'll read it to you. Memories of Jewish suffering at the hands of Nazis are the foundation on which most descriptions of extreme ideology and atrocity have been built. But these universalist reference points are in danger of disappearing as the Israeli military massacres and starves Palestinians, while denouncing as anti-Semitic or champions of Hamas all those who plead with it to desist. I find it difficult to believe that this council in this city has been so hesitant to act, to make a statement, to do something. And there are things you can do. You could make and publicize a clear statement of support for Palestinian human rights from a fellow human rights community that makes demands on government like ceasing arms sales, like supporting a ceasefire resolution at the United Nations, like reinstating funding to UNRWA. How pathetic that was, that was withdrawn on no evidence whatsoever. You could, in your procurement procedures, be careful not to support the illegal settlements in any way at all. You could fly the Palestinian flag alongside that of Ukraine in the Guildhall. You've flown the Ukrainian flag before. You could fly both. It saddens me that so many people care so much in this city
30 seconds.
for human rights and for the suffering of other people. It saddens me that this council is not offering them the leadership that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I thank all our public speakers this evening? That concludes the session of this meeting with public participation. And those who have spoken, you're very welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting, but you'll be directed to sit elsewhere, I think. We come to item 5, the petitions. Notice has been received of 6 petitions to be presented this evening. The council procedure rules allow 1 minute to present each petition to council. So I begin by inviting Councillor Mason to present the first of those petitions. I understand this is in relation to pavement cafes and the city centre economy. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of businesses in the city, I've got petitions which are asking for the council to review urgently how it manages pavement cafe licenses with the new city centre access arrangements. Obviously, for some businesses, they've lost pavement cafes and that's having financial impacts. So they want to work a way through for everybody. So I'll hand these in after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Waters, I think you have a petition in relation to Tranby Avenue parking.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It gives me no pleasure to have to present this petition signed by 164 residents in a month to call for action on the Tranby Avenue parking problems created by the last administration's executive member for transport. To have to call for parking restrictions is an admission that I have failed to get any common sense solution from York University or this council to get university related parking where it belongs on the university campus. The petition calls for parking restrictions that will be the least inconvenience for council tax-paying residents whilst disrupting the ability for university-related parking to be dumped for extended periods. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Shall I stay standing for the next petition?
So I understand you have a further petition. This one on HMOs, and do continue. You have 1 minute.
Related to the first petition is a petition signed by 80 residents calling on the council to finally action the 16th of December 2021 full council motion to reduce the percentage HMO thresholds considered acceptable for new planning applications by half. Action that the previous administration deliberately stifled process on. An urgent review of the HMO supplementary planning document should be able to be expedited now as a local plan direction of approval or failure should become clearer next week. Continued approval of student HMOs in the local area is associated with 5 or 6 cars per HMO, whilst the properties can usually accommodate only 1 or 2 parts of the road. A problem readily apparent to all, apart from planning committee members. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Just under the minute. Councillor Myers, I invite you to present the fourth petition in relation to calling for an immediate and sustainable ceasefire in Gaza and Israel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I stand for peace and as an opponent of war, and I'm really proud to hand this petition in to council today, signed by a total of 1,352 York residents, and it would be more, and we can continue collecting signatures. We ask, as petitioners, citing York's status as the first human rights city in the UK, for an immediate ceasefire, for the council to call for that, to call for a sustainable ceasefire, to call for urgent and immediate access to aid, food, power and medical supplies, to call for the immediate exchange of all detainees. Lord Mayor, we're all representatives of our communities, and I think it's really important that we speak to the matters that are concerning the people that we represent. We can't turn on the television or the news without seeing the tragedy unfolding from a failure of the world to act. York will not be able to solve that on its own, but it should join the chorus of other places, cities, showing its leadership and its values and its principles on this matter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Waller to present the fifth petition in relation to Oxwood Lane and resurfacing.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I present a position which covers we the undersigned in the light of repeated deep pothole repairs, as a cyclist who can testify to that, request that Foxwood Lane is resurfaced between the junctions with Huntsman's Walk and Askham Lane to complete the resurfacing which has been done in the section leading from Gay Lane to Huntsman's Walk. And shall I take
Please remain standing and present the
yes, and the sixth
the next petition.
petition.
Thank you.
We, the undersigned, request the resurfacing of Corlett Court road surface following the increasing number of potholes to follow on from repairs to Walker Drive and Spur Court. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Waller. Well, that brings the petitions to a close. Thank you to each of those who presented petitions. You'll be aware that in accordance with council procedure rules, these were referred to the Customer and Corporate Service Scrutiny Management Committee. And we move on to the next item on our agenda, namely item 6, the City of York Council Scheme of Member Allowances and the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel. We now come to the report, and I thank the panel on behalf of the council for their hard work and commitment. We really do appreciate the time and the work that is put into this. Before I invite the leader to move any recommendations relating to the report on the agenda, I would like to invite the chair of the Independent Remuneration Panel, David Dixon, to present the panel's report to us. David, I intend to allow you up to 5 minutes if you need that to present your report. Do come and take the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening.
Just bear with for a moment, please.
Thank you again, Lord Mayor, and good evening, councillors. The Independent Review Panel is required at least every 4 years to produce a report to advise the City of York councillors of the scheme of allowances for elected members. This year, the panel consists of myself, Elizabeth Heaps, and Lucy Shaw, who sat over there. We met on 8 occasions, receiving representations from groups and a full range of elected members of the council, including executive members, chairs, and backbench council members. We also had 12 face-to-face meetings with councillors, and I recognise some faces around the tables today. As a panel, we were all impressed by the hard work and dedication to service of all the members we met, noting that financial recompense was not a motivator for those standing for office to serve their communities. Our last report was delivered to a full council meeting by myself on behalf of the Independent Review Council in December 2019. That report recommended a base allowance of £10,371 with proportionate changes to the special responsibility allowance. Importantly, it also recommended that annual increases were in line with the National Joint Council Pay Awards salary increases for the intervening years, to avoid potential problems that could arise from a 4-year hike in basic allowances. Those annual increases in the intervening periods have taken the basic allowance now to £11,282. We can only rely on an index approach for 4 years, and so we are now required to prepare this new independent report to set the new basic allowance. In undertaking our work, we have examined the rationale for calculating the base allowance, which, as in past, has been to compare it to the median pay figure for people who work full-time within York, and applying 52.5% of that amount as an estimate of time committed for the role. We have applied the standard recommended public sector discount of 1/3 to further adjust that figure. We confirm from the benchmarking reviews undertaken that these principles should still apply in calculating the the basic allowance for this year. The special allowances are calculated after determining the basic allowance. During our discussions, we received various representations on the changing roles and responsibilities of council members. However, in our recommendations, we have not proposed to amend any of these calculations for special allowances once the base allowance has been calculated. In our recommendations, we suggest that going forward, the roles, additional responsibilities, workloads and commitments of those receiving special allowances should be reviewed, especially as these areas could change as we move to work with the York and North Yorkshire Combined Mayoral Authority. The recommendations and the reasons are set out in the detailed report, and so with time constraints, I will not go through them in detail here. But they are basically: one, the basic allowance is increased from £11,282 to £11,392, with adjustments made to reconcile the increased payments to the municipal year. The SRAs are also calculated as before. Two, the basic allowance and SRAs are uplifted to be in line with the National Joint Pay Awards for 2025-26 and 2026-27. Now, in undertaking this work, we do receive lots of representation from councillors. And whilst it's not part of our remit, there are a number of points that were raised which we should bring to your attention. We consider that consideration should be given to ensure that all members are fully aware of the welfare support available, including mental health. Further consideration is to be given to provide additional capacity to support single ward members. The council should consider developing and adopting role profiles for members and publishing them on the council website. The council should consider improving the communication to members of childcare and dependent carer allowances. There should be a review of all roles involving special responsibilities in due course. And finally, the one that probably won't happen at all is we need to ensure representation is made to central government about reinstating the option for elected members to enter into a pension. Finally, the independent review panel would like to thank the staff and team at the council who've supported us in undertaking this work. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
David, thank you so much. And again, our thanks to the panel for the work that you've put in. It really is appreciated. I invite Councillor Douglas to move the recommendations contained in the report at page 33 of our council papers relating to the City of York Council scheme of member allowances.
Moved,
Councillor
Lord Mayor.
Douglas. Do I have a seconder?
Second and reserve the right.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I invite debate on the recommendations. Please indicate if you wish to speak. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. How convenient this item slipped from the last meeting to tonight's agenda. Obviously, there's no point talking about filling up the council allowances trough while putting up council tax by the maximum again. My position remains as it's always been. You stand for election knowing the workload, the responsibilities and the remuneration level. And that should be, that's it, the 4-year term. Sitting councillors should not be voting on their own levels of allowances. The independent remuneration panel should be engaged to report to council and have members vote on allowances in December 2026. Meaning, obviously, that current members decide allowance levels for newly elected members in May 2027. It's simple. There's no conflicts of interest and it's clear for the electorate. I've no doubt the majority will vote the IRP recommendation through, and if you do, I hope sufficient attention is directed to paragraph 5.3 of the IRP report, which highlights the absolute hypocrisy of issuing free car parking passes whilst this council continues its war on motorists in various guises. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, I think you indicated you wish to speak. You do have a right to reply in any case, but do you want to speak at this point? You'll wait. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I think I want to express my thanks to David, Elizabeth and Lucy and the rest of the whole work of the panel's done. I think as we are here today, it's an unenviable task that you were given and a huge amount of time and effort, and really enjoyed the conversations we had. A really deep thought process went into that. Always professionalism and a great level. It's just fantastic time you give up of your own free will to do this for us. Very rarely I agree with Councillor Waters, but I 100% do agree with Councillor Waters on the fact that we shouldn't be in the situation we're in. This shouldn't be something that individual councillors should have to do on. This should be taken out of our hands, and it shouldn't be something we have to vote on. But unfortunately, this is the situation we're in, and this is what we have to do. I do disagree with Councillor Waters, because obviously the IRP does exist. So we know every councillor who stands for election knows there will be an IRP. So they don't accept the fact that they go in knowing what the fixed salary will be, the allowance will be. They go in knowing there will be an IRP. I think the important thing, it is vital for the council to function that members are representative of all residents, be they young, be they old, be they working, be they retired, be they before they start their careers. I look around the council chamber today, we're better than some, but we still have a considerably long way to go to make sure we're fully representative. While researching other things for this particular council meeting, I was struck by how few councillors from 2011 and 2015 are still here in this chamber. Some have left and some have returned, not always by choice. I take that on board. Churn can be a good thing, and it's good that we get a flow of councillors, but that should be through choice, not through force. And one of the conversations I had with the panel was how we lose a particular demographic of people around childbearing age that are not able to support families and continue to do that. And it's vital that we make sure that people who are stepping away are doing so because they want to, not because they're not able to raise a family while representing their communities, because that is a huge demographic to lose. With that, we're happy as a group to support the recommendations. I think one thing we do want to do is take soundings and review how we can improve this process going forward. There were constructive conversations with Councillor Stewart and Councillor Douglas about how we can do this better. I think the timing of the cycle really doesn't help in terms of being elected and coming through, and would really like to work with the outgoing panel to look at how that process can be approved so that we don't get in the same situation that we're in 4 years' time, or 3 and a bit years' time.
Councillor Taylor, I think you indicated, but I'll give Councillor Stewart first and then come to you. No, Councillor Stewart first and then Councillor Taylor.
I apologise, Councillor Taylor. I feel terrible now. I'll be looking forward to hearing what Councillor Taylor would have said. So
Speak
anyway,
there if you want to.
thank you. I want to thank the panel, and I thank I'll actually look at the panel to thank them. But no, seriously, it's a very difficult job for them to do. And when I met with them, I was incredibly impressed with how engaged they were with things. And I think they have, written a sensible report. I think there are a number of issues that we as a council need to change in terms of the remit that we give to them. I don't think we should be voting on pay. I think it'd be better if we could avoid that in some way. The most obvious thing would be to say whatever the panel propose, we will agree to, which was something that we did in the joint administration in 2015. I think that would have been a good thing, because the whole politics of setting your own pay is very difficult. Councillor Waters says about it should be at the end of the term that it is decided. Well, at the end of the term, it'd be very difficult, because then obviously people could go into the election going, we oppose any increases in pay, in the same way that just if you go at the start of the term, it's very difficult. So I think something in the middle of the term where council say they will abide by the panel's views would make sense. The Conservative group are very much of the view that some of the chairs' SRAs are wholly disproportionate to the additional work of a chair. I do happen to think we've got some very good chairs at the moment. I'm not an expert on all of the chairs, but I think we've got some very good chairs at the moment. But I think we'd have the same chairs if we didn't have the wholly disproportionate additional money for the allowances. I think that does need some work for the future. In terms of the point about the car parking passes, I mean, I have a car parking pass, representing a rural ward. I mean, Councillor Healy, you will know what it's like representing a rural ward and getting into the city. You know, you do need that councillor pass, that parking pass. Otherwise, it'd be a constant paying for parking. You know, trekking around the city until Councillor Kilbane sorted out all the cycle networks. It remains the best way and the only way in for us in many ways. So I think that's good. Wait, sorry. Well, you only been to one, so I think that's setting an incredible precedent. So I think we need to work more sensibly on this. But the key thing really is about the barriers to entry.
30 seconds.
Sorry, and I've spoken to lots of people who've been interested in going down that great journey of being a Conservative politician, and none of them have done it for the money. None of them have been interested in it for the money in any way at all. When people get in the chamber, they can sometimes be more interested in things. But we do need to look at, you know, barriers to entry. I think Councillor Ayres made a good point about, you know, child, you know, age for people and everything like that. All those various issues. Because it's not 11,000 versus 11,300 that makes it magical. It's looking at some of those real issues. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thanks also to the panel for their work on this. I increasingly dislike speaking in this meeting, but I was hoping to hold back on this. And while some of what Councillor Waters has said, I think is worth further consideration. Again, the use of the word trough, I just think is out of order, and it needs a bit of pushback. It doesn't help. The public discourse is the way it is. Language like that, it further just worsens it, and people need to speak up about it. The words I've got in front of me, I put on a Facebook status not too long ago because I could see it coming, and you see it on the comment sections, you see it under the line on articles, and too many of us are quiet about it. The recommendations are actually really quite modest, and the allowances that we have faced real terms decreases. So this idea that there's a trough and we're all on the make, I just think it's an utter nonsense, and it needs calling out for what it is. Any councillor doing it for the money is not just ethically in the wrong place, they're probably a bit daft as well. There's many more gigs out there satisfying whatever personality disorders or fixes that we've all probably got for much less work and much less exposure for a bit more money. We all know this, but more of us need to say it, to be honest. Those of us of a working age with caring commitments or disabilities often make sacrifices with our own professional careers and personal lives to try and properly contribute and represent and stand up for our communities. And don't mistake the above point for me suggesting this is some sort of martyrdom. It isn't. It is a choice, and that point is absolutely right. And you need to be up for what can feel like a struggle, but my point is that it isn't easy, and we need more representative councils, and dealing with allowances is the only way of doing that. And there's an irony in it too, because I think if we made allowances more accessible to more people, councils would have fewer councillors who are just in it for the money, who don't want to put the work in. So actually, there's something to look at there. But another point to say is that even if this quite fractional increase, which is a real terms decrease, was not recommended or voted for, the saving wouldn't even touch the sides of the complete hollowing out of council services due to years and years and years of real terms cuts by the last few governments. Look, it just needs saying, and we've got to be realistic, and not enough politicians speak up about the sort of merit in making sure politicians are reasonably reimbursed for some of the work that they do. Not all of it. There is a contribution factor.
We draw to a close.
But let's be sensible. More of us need to speak up about it. We're too quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I haven't seen any other members indicate they wish to speak, so Councillor Douglas, do you wish to reply?
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to thank the independent remuneration panel for their work and a good report that raised some of the issues that many of us in here have spoken to them about, and they are very important for the reasons that the speakers around the room have raised this evening, perhaps not Councillor Waters, but the other speakers. So, you know, the idea of representation, and as Councillor Ayres said, when we look across the chamber, we aren't representative yet. I think we have moved some distance there. Certainly within the Labour group, we have a good representation of women, but there are other underrepresented groups that we really need to be reaching out to, so that all of our communities within York are in the room with us making decisions. So I look forward to that happening. And I would like to also say that no councillor in the chamber wants to be in this position of voting on their own allowances. It is painful for everybody, but also recognising that we must be reimbursed in some way for, as people have raised, either reduction in work hours, travelling expenses, whatever it is, childcare, social care, to allow us to do the work that we do. And I totally agree with Councillor Stewart and Councillor Eyre. Councillor Stewart and I have had the conversation about how we can improve this decision-making process, and I think we need to continue to look at that, so that we aren't put into a position of feeling as though we can't represent and also acknowledge the effort and time and commitment that everybody in the chamber puts in. So I look forward to continuing to work with you, and I'm glad that as group leaders we've been able to come to an agreed set of recommendations which are in the report for us all to consider this evening. So I recommend that everybody supports the independent remuneration report, and also the recommendations in the report, and also thank collectively the panel for the work that they've done. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. So we come to the vote on the recommendations. The recommendations are set out in the officer report on page 33 of the council papers regarding the council scheme of member allowances. Voting will be by show of hands. Please raise your hand when I ask in a moment to indicate whether you wish to vote for, against, or abstain in relation to these recommendations. Please keep your hands up long enough for officers to complete the count. All those wishing to vote for the recommendations, please indicate. Okay. Thank you very much. Any voting against? One more. Which I think means there are no abstentions. Thank you. That is therefore carried. We come to item 7, namely the report of executive leader and questions and executive recommendations. I invite Councillor Douglas to present a written report. You'll find this as agenda item 7 in the council agenda.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, members. I would like to thank Imam Amar and Rabbi Elisheva and other public participants for speaking to us all this evening, and for the Lord Mayor and our group leaders for their support in making this happen. Communities across our city continue to be highly affected and troubled by the continuation of the war in Gaza, and I'm honoured that the faith leaders from the communities most heavily affected have been willing to speak to me and us all about the impact on their communities. It's important we all continue to talk in an open and respectful manner, and I hope over time we can learn more about each other's points of view and support our communities appropriately. The shared values of bringing the war to an urgent and lasting end have been clear tonight, and I ask all members across the chamber to recognise the challenges associated with finding a collaborative and understanding way through this. There have been significant cases of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism in York over the past months, and we must all do what we can to maintain York as a welcoming and accepting city for all. I was honoured, along with other executive members, to join the York Mosque community to celebrate Ramadan and Iftar with them last week. And York Mosque is going from strength to strength by the year, and the various events that invite the wider community into the mosque on a weekly basis adds a great deal to York. I've also been honoured to attend the annual Holocaust Memorial Day event at York St John's University, and the service held in the York Minster to mark the 2nd anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. Both events were tremendously moving and thought-provoking, with the people of York showing by their attendance, support and words the depth of their commitment to York as a city of sanctuary, a human rights city, and to urge an end to conflict across the globe. International Women's Day was celebrated across York on the 8th of March, and I was honoured to speak to the crowd gathered at Kira to celebrate their fantastic work within our city to empower and support women to make positive changes in their lives. We spoke about the sad fact that civility in public life continues to be a challenge and barrier to women stepping into public facing and political roles. We all hope for a time when such barriers are removed and we can participate in the fullness of society without abuse, intimidation and misinformation. 2024 has started with a bang concerning the delivery of key election commitments for the Labour administration. We fully reversed the old administration's blue badge holder ban in the city centre, with access now open to blue badge holders at all times of the day through both Goodrham Gate and the Blake Street Lendal Loop. We will continue to improve how the scheme works and to create a more accessible, family-friendly and thriving city centre. The personal stories I've received and heard and the uptake of the scheme has been positive, with people excluded from their city centre for years now able to return to use services many of us take for granted. Universal free school meals started in both Westfield Primary and Burton Green Primary schools in January. It was a joy to visit Burton Green Primary, with the city businesses and philanthropic partners supporting the programme. The uptake of the free school meal breakfast has been hugely well received by the children, parent carers, school staff and caterers. Positive impacts on the children's readiness to learn and attendance levels were almost immediate. We look forward to seeing this go from strength to strength and learning, with the help of our evaluation partners from the universities of York and Leeds, how to maximise the benefits for the children and young people of York. The launch event of the York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority took place on the 1st of February, and it was tremendously well supported with standing room only. All aspects of our region came together, from local government, business, the voluntary sector and our police and fire colleagues, to welcome the next stage of our move towards much needed regional work on economic development, reaching net zero targets, strategic transport, infrastructure and affordable housing delivery.
30 seconds.
York is the economic powerhouse of the region. The development opportunities are huge, and we must all work together with our North Yorkshire colleagues as and the incoming mayor for the betterment of residents across the region. We will go to the polls to elect the first mayor of York and North Yorkshire on the 2nd of May, a hugely important and influential role, and I encourage all residents to get out and vote and help determine the direction of York and North Yorkshire for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Group leaders also have the opportunity of 5 minutes to respond. Would you like to do so? Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There are things to commend in the report presented tonight, not least the welcome acknowledgement of the hugely important role played by the Lord Mayor, Lady Mayoress and wider Civic Party. This was acknowledged recently by representatives of all parties and key stakeholders, such as the North Yorkshire Chambers Hospitality Forum and the chair of the Hospitality Association York. As a group, we share their concerns that recent proposals would harm the city's identity and harm the charities the Civic Party fundraise for, and have the potential to significantly impact our city's tourism, local community engagement and educational outreach. As executive member in 2009, I was fortunate enough to be on the Holocaust Memorial Steering Group and see firsthand the huge amount of effort that goes on behind the scenes. This work is essential to ensure these important events continue to remind us of the lessons of the past and how we can use them to prevent injustices, not only in the present, but in the future. This year is 28 years since I collected my A-level results from what was then York College. It was then a standout national performer, and despite being wholly unrecognisable from what was there in 1996, it continues to be one of the top colleges nationally. The problem with this report is it is not an update from the Lord Mayor on their important ambassadorial work. This is the leader's report on the work of the executive, an update on how the leader has spent £140 million of council taxpayers' money and how she's progressing with spending next year's £150 million. It's an update on how, after nearly 12 months in office, she's progressing with delivering those cast iron pledges. From nearly 2,500 words tonight, barely 300 relate to what this administration has delivered. What is there, though, also makes little sense. While the leader is gushing about the benefits of free school meals, she goes on to say she's waiting for the results of the pilot. What does she need to know to convince her to make good on her pledge? She was clear before the election, anyone can make pledges, it's Labour that make them happen. So far, of the 6,000 free school meals promised, there have been only around 100 lunches at Westfield. There's no suggestion this will improve next year or any time in the future. While your policies continue to subsidise car access to the city centre at a rate of around £32 per person per day, bus services are slashed and dial-a-ride is lost. As a result, access to the city centre, key shopping areas and social networks for many vulnerable residents with no blue badge is a forlorn hope. On the combined authority, I note the constructive cross-party working with the Conservative group in North Yorkshire. While I'm sure Labour voters across the city are surprised by your enthusiasm for Labour-Tory pact, both locally and regionally, we hold out hope this truly cross-party approach will soon be replicated across all groups here in York. On climate change, there is much acknowledgement of what others are doing, but little reference to any tangible achievements of the administration. With bus services dwindling, dial-a-ride gone, free doorstep garden waste collection axed, active travel scale back, and no large-scale house insulation programme, the picture in York is looking bleak. Like jazz music, it seems to truly understand this report, you have to look at the notes the leader is not playing. There is no mention at all of council finances and the council budget. Hardly surprising, given despite promising a council tax freeze, when the green bin tax is included, this amounts to the largest council tax rise in living memory. Not just a tax hike, but a regressive tax hike that hits those least able to pay the hardest. By comparison, for those who want a garden waste collection, that equates to a 9% increase if you live in Band A, but only 6.5% for those in Band H. Perhaps those conversations with the Tories, and the kind words Chris Stewart will give you afterwards, are rubbing off. And let's be clear, most of the mitigation is smoke and mirrors. For someone in Chapel Fields Road, following Labour's closure of Beckfield Lane Tip, to take their garden waste to Hazel Court is a 9-mile round trip. 234 unnecessary miles at an annual cost of still around £45 a year on 0.08 tonnes of CO2. There is still no mention of neighbourhood caretakers, the mythical creatures that will trim hedges, cut grass verges and fill all our potholes.
30 seconds.
What is clear from this report is the leader is clearly enjoying themselves. While the word joy appears 6 times, not including references to the Lady Mayoress, residents across the city are paying more and more for less and less, are constantly asking, what is the purpose of it all? Roads deteriorate, street level services are slashed, ward funding is raided, residents' pockets are picked. Those residents are asking, when will you deliver on those simple pledges for everyone, not just the few? When will you apologise for your broken promises? As one resident said to me the other day, lifelong Labour voter, it's all gone a bit wrong, hasn't it?
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll try and get my tone somewhere in between Councillor Douglas and Councillor Eyre, I think. I don't really have much to say on this report, to be honest.
You don't have to.
And I won't. I'll just give a quick minute. Largely because if Councillor Eyre will watch, this will be a criticism of the council leader. Let me be the first. The report is broadly a list of things that Councillor Douglas has done, the events she's been to, and as Councillor Eyre has said, this should be far, far more about the substantive politics and what's actually been going on in some really serious decisions that have been taken. So things like York Central get a mention, which is great, but it is all very much positive. And for me, we need a lot more tangible substance on the actual policy, the day-to-day of what's been happening. I don't think it hurts to be civil, though, Councillor Eyre, in politics, and that's very much the aim of how I try and be. And so I'll make 3 points. 3 points very briefly, which is firstly, to welcome the blue badge progress and what's being done. So it's very, very important, I think, to make those improvements. The second phase of opening the city up what really genuinely is opening the city up to people who I spoke to in Cotton and Thorpe who simply couldn't go out, and they felt excluded from their city, and that was awful to sort of watch. On dial and ride, and I must emphasise it's dial and ride, not dial a ride, as Councillor Fenton will correct you. So, well, correct certain people in our task group, which is a quite brilliant task group. The very first meeting, Councillor Fenton said, "I must make it clear it is dial and ride, not dial a ride." And I was suitably admonished. I don't know if Councillor Burton was in the dial a ride club as well. But then obviously lots of speakers got away without being told off. So I hope Councillor Eyre gets told off for that. So hopefully we can do something tangible with dial and ride and get that going again, because that was a really great important service. And the second point I'll make is on the tourism strategy. So the report says about, or the recommendations from the executive say about how we must welcome the time people have spent in it and acknowledge the great people that. But we'll have to do that. But I think with so many of these strategies, it is just incredibly light. I just read that strategy and I don't see how that drives tourism in the region forward. You know, it just seems to me a summary of the state of York and the state of the tourism industry. And given the incredible assets and incredible, you know, things we've got in York, I think we could do so much more. I made similar points at Scrutiny. And finally, on domestic abuse, I'll just, you know, that 2,000 domestic abuse incidents in York in a year is obviously just a shocking stat to see in there, and that should focus minds, whether it be, you know, lots of people being abused a number of times, or a few people. They're both horrendous outcomes. So just to sort of see that and think what we can as a city be doing about that. So that's it. I don't want to say anything more in case I say anything that Councillor Eyre is not happy with, you know, compliments or, you know, given the secret deals that obviously we've got, you know, going on between us. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, do you wish to reply? You have up to 5 minutes to do so.
5 minutes, wonderful, thank you. And yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting you say about us agreeing on things or disagreeing on things, and the tone, Councillor Stewart. I think that, you know, what I try to do as leader is deliver for the people of York under what they have told us they want to see. We've got affordable housing coming through, free school meals is going into the bellies of children that need it, and it is having a direct impact in those schools you can visit. You can go and see if you'd like to. It is really remarkable. I'd encourage anybody to contact Westfield or Burton Green and go and see what's going on there. Once you've seen it, you won't be telling us that you think it's a bad idea, which I think is generally the kind of tone that we're getting on this. Yeah, reversing the blue badge ban. I get people come up to me regularly that say to me, this has changed their life again. Their life stopped. There are people in this room whose lives were stopped and they have started again. And we will take that forward and we will find better ways than the current arrangement that we've got of allowing people with blue badges to get into the city centre, meaning that our city is accessible to all of our residents, not just the ones that Councillor Eyre and his party choose to give accessibility to. And also I'd like to say, you know, I did mention misinformation within my speech about the participation of women in public life. The misinformation that has come out around the changes to how the Civic Party will work and the selection and work with the charities across the city, it is just pure misinformation. And I'm sure that Councillor Lomas is standing up over there, but she has said to everybody, every time she's spoken on it, that we have said so many times now that there is no change, there will be no impact, there will still be the visibility of those charities and the ability of the mayor to choose those charities. So I really don't understand why you keep going on about it when there are far better things that you could be talking about. And I'm glad that you recognise that York College is doing a good job. They're doing a great job, and I was great to see that they've now recruited their new chief executive and principal. So I'd like to welcome them into their position. Also, I just think that, you know, we need to get a grip on what our people within the city really want to see. And it's tough times, there's no doubt about it. We've all sat through so many conversations about the dire situation of public finances. And, you know, it's not just within local authorities, is it? I was with Councillor Coles today, speaking to our health partners. It's really difficult. Schools, really difficult. So we are trying to give a balanced approach to budget setting that, as I have said to you, is financially responsible. Unlike the lack of financial responsibility that the Liberal Democrat amendment showed at Budget Council in February, spending our public health reserve and one-off income for social services, adults and children's social services, on services that were nothing to do with that. And I will not do that. So that's the difference. We've got honesty, integrity and responsibility over here, trying to be out there, delivering for the city, integrating into the city, being available to people, attending events, speaking to them, understanding them, and an administration that previously did none of that, and it shows. So that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. So I now invite members to question the leader on her report. The procedure rules allow 10 minutes for this, and the leader may respond directly to any questions asked or comment made, may agree otherwise to submit a written answer if unable to respond to the detail. This will be circulated to all council members within 5 working days. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just in relation to the topic of free school meals, which is mentioned in the report, as a leader may be aware, the Liberal Democrats support the universal provision of free school meals for all primary school children. Under the approach being pursued by the administration, so we have a shared ambition. I think that's what we're saying. Can she please confirm her latest estimate of when the rest of York's primary schools, Dringhouses, Woodthorpe in my ward, can expect to receive free school meals to be offered to all pupils? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fenton. And it's interesting that you say that we've got the shared values. I'm not feeling that for York. I almost feel like you would rather see that it doesn't happen. No, but yeah, well, it doesn't feel like it. It would be nice to see a bit more support for the citywide approach to this. And it's been really heartening to work with the steering group. We've got a range of organisations and sectors on that, and the front faces of the campaign. The Archbishop of York, of course, which I hope everybody's had a look at. The video that he's done for us, which is amazing. And also we've recently signed up the captain of the York Valkyries, Sinead Peach, and her teammates. So they are very much helping us to get going with the fundraising. And we're in the process at the moment of going out to the high value donors within the city who can really start to bring in some substantial funding alongside smaller amounts that we will go live with in later in the year from residents as well. But as far as timeline goes, Councillor Fenton, we will move towards getting the meals out to other schools. We are first of all putting it into areas of disadvantage and deprivation. So Westfield, Councillor Waller, I'm sure would tell you that his ward is far more in need of free school meals than unfortunately yours at this point in time. Also Clifton, another area of the city that is very much in need of free school meals, and we will work around the schools, working with them. We're testing out what works. It's been interesting to look at the difference between putting free school lunches in, which we've done in Westfield, and breakfasts. And so far, head teachers have been very supportive of the breakfast idea, bringing children into the school early. They sit down, they eat together, socially in a calm environment and then move off into the classroom. So we've got persistent absentees back in school, and also creating children that have been fed properly who can therefore go into school and learn, which I think all of us should be supporting. So if you want to help us, I'd be over the moon.
Supplementary, Lord Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that response. I think just to a minor point of clarification, Woodthorpe Primary does have Fox within its catchment, so I'm more than happy to talk to you about deprivation that I see in my school, in my area. It's good to hear about the work in terms of fundraising, in terms of the steering group. It's really good to have maybe a bit more transparency around that. In terms of the fundraising efforts as they stand, can you tell us where you're at the moment in terms of, I'm aware that the community fund has within it the Hungry Minds ring-fenced fund. Could you just give us a quick update on where you are at the moment in terms of the level of funding that's been secured? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I understand that the steering group and the work that they've been doing has been requested to go to scrutiny later in the year. So I think you'll be able to get your look at what's going on then, and I think there'll be more to update you on as well. Councillor Webb tells me that he's already requested that, so I think that's very positive. And then as far as the funding goes at this point in time, we have obviously got our budget funding from the council. We've got enough to give the breakfast at Burton Green, which is really good. And we've also recently secured a commitment from our health and public health partners, which is really heartening as well. So we're moving into the next stage. I've been speaking to a fundraiser who has a great deal of contacts within the city on the high net worth elements, which, you know, I hope we'll be able to accelerate that. But, you know, we're doing it in a financially responsible way. So, yeah, I think it's going fine. Thank you.
I've seen one or two other hands. Are these supplementaries? They're not supplementaries. Is yours a supplementary?
It didn't set out to be, but it is now. I'll read it out as I've written it to start with, and then we'll go on a bit further. But it was good to see your achievement reported in delivering for our city with the free school meals programme. And I was asking out of curiosity, is the council funding being supported by third-party contributions? And if so, by how much? I asked, bearing in mind the presence of international companies like Nestle and Aviva, to name but two in York, and I was genuinely curious. My curiosity is invigorated somewhat by running a community programme in Osberwick and the level of funding that we're able to elicit from local businesses that's willing to be, you know, involved in this programme. So I'd just like to hear from you as to how successful you've been.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Yeah, as far as the businesses and the community fundraising goes, what we've tried to do is to bring in the amounts to get the pilot going. So that has been done, and funding has been secured for 2 years at Burton Green Primary, which is really heartening. So that's about £40,000 for Burton Green, and then we've got the funding for Westfield as well, which is ongoing. We've committed to that through the medium-term financial strategy for the period of our administration. The health funding is 1 year at this point in time. We're doing that silent fundraising with the community from the University of York and the person that I mentioned to you earlier. So we're starting in an appropriate way. I mean, the other thing that has to be considered is that it's a bit different when a local authority and a citywide programme that's been initiated by a local authority is trying to initiate a different way of bringing funding in to support a community project. We have to do it properly and appropriately. So it's not the same as just me going out and speaking directly to these contributors. But we're getting there. It's looking very positive. But, you know, it's never easy, is it? You'll know that. I run charities. It's not easy. Many people in the chamber here are associated with charities. But you know, we're getting going. I think it's going really well. I'm really pleased that in January we were able to start feeding children in our schools where they need it. And I think to have started this is something, because I tell you, there aren't many places across the country that are doing this. We're doing a citywide approach to it. Our partners in University of York and University of Leeds are looking at the different models, the lunch versus the breakfast, how it works, what's the best approach to take, and we're moving forward in a measured way. So thanks for your interest.
Is there a further supplementary? No. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As my group leader has already mentioned, we welcome the blue badge restrictions being lifted and access into the city. On a regular basis, I come into the city, and you were dumped with £3.6 million worth of spending on security barriers that you had no say whether you wanted them or not. My concern is that the security barrier and a main arterial route from Spurrier Gate to Lowes Gate for the last certainly 6 to 7 weeks has not functioned at all. And when I've asked the staff why that is, they've said it's bust, it's not working. I'm curious, A, as to when that will be working, because that's a major arterial route. And secondly, how serviceable are the other barriers that we've got in the city? We paid £3.6 million. They've got to work.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. Yeah, I'm sure that it has been rather disappointing and frustrating for all of us to see that they're not working quite as we would have expected yet. But as my understanding goes, and I am not an expert on this, but they work as a system. And so not all of them are connected up yet. And so not until that is done can they all work independently. So the barrier that you have seen, and I've noticed that when I've been past on my bike in the morning, that the barrier at Ousegate is not fully functional. Councillor Kilbane tells me that it's in process, but at this point in time, we don't have a definitive date, but we can get more information on that for you. So thanks for your interest.
Thank you. I won't take any supplementaries because we've already exceeded the time allocated. I know many members wanted to ask questions. 10 minutes is really not an awful lot of time, is it? So I'm going to finish this item of the agenda and then intend to take our break after that. So we'll press on, and I invite Councillor Douglas to move the recommendation of the executive to council from the executive meeting held on the 20th of February, as contained in the minutes of that meeting, set out in the council agenda.
Moved, Lord Mayor.
And I have a seconder?
Seconded, Lord Mayor, and if I could just have a quick word, that'd be useful.
So I didn't catch that.
I said seconded, Lord Mayor, and if I could just have a quick word about it, that might be useful.
Go ahead, please do.
Thank you. Just so that everybody in the chamber is aware, this strategy was devised by the hospitality and tourist businesses in the city. It was facilitated by York St John University. Make It York had the overall responsibility for it. And what you see in front of you is not the produce of the council, although we had some input into it, not least through a very robust scrutiny meeting on it, but it actually comes from the businesses associated with tourism in York. So I will pass on your comments to them, Councillor Stewart, and I think they were along the lines of, you want me to tell them something like they must do better or something like that. So I will pass on your gracious comments to them and make sure they're fully informed.
Thank you. So I open this for debate. Who would like to contribute? I haven't yet seen anyone. You really
Well,
don't have to.
No, I do, Lord Mayor. Because I don't think Councillor Kilbane's given the fairest assessment of my comments. I'm very, very aware this is not a council document. My point is there's lots and lots of entities that have come together, lots and lots of work that has gone in, and the output for me is very underwhelming compared to what there could have been. So that is a great compliment to the people involved, the expertise, the people involved. So yeah, all right, could have done better. Then if you want to pass that on, Councillor Kilbane, that's not unfair. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. In the absence of any others indicating they wish to contribute, Councillor Douglas, do you wish to reply?
No, thank you, Lord Mayor.
Then we'll take a vote on the recommendation. The vote is on the recommendation in minute 101. This relates to the approval of the York Tourism Strategy. All those wishing to vote for the recommendation, please raise your hands now. I think that's 43. Okay. Please, if you wish to vote against, please indicate now. If you wish to abstain, please indicate now. Carried with just 3 abstentions. That is carried. So with that, I think it's probably good that we take a break for 15 minutes. It's almost 10 minutes past 8, so we'll meet at 25 minutes past. We'll reconvene. Thank you very much. So we come to the report of the Deputy Leader. This is item 8 of our agenda. And I invite Councillor Cobain to formally move his written report as set out in the council papers at agenda item 8. Councillor Kilbane.
Thank you, Chair. I formally move with just one few words for Councillor Healy, who has specially requested them because he likes to hear me speak. Can we make sure that when we are speaking, if we stay sat down, then we make direct contact with the microphones and then everybody in the room can hear us. But beyond that, I formally move this report in this rather anachronistic section of the meeting that is lingering like a zombie that's been killed several times in a bad movie, but still appears before us at every meeting. So formally move.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kilbane. I was going to say once you had proposed that, please, in the second part of the meeting, despite the best efforts of our wonderful team, it will be better if we remain seated in order that we're closer to the microphones, and that will enable, as far as we possibly can, I'll sit down in a moment, all members to partake fully in our meeting. I'm sitting down. So again, 10 minutes for this item. If you would like to contribute, please indicate.
Councillor Rowley.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I as enjoyed as I am at listening to Councillor Kilbane wax lyrical. I understand the desire of the chamber is to no longer have this report, as I know it is of Councillor Kilbane. When are we going to lose it, and what's the process to have it removed from the agenda?
It's not a question I can answer, I'm afraid, Councillor Rowley. I've no idea where we're up to with the constitutional reforms on this.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Widdowson, please.
Just a quick question about the report. Your report mentions the LGA peer review. Can I ask why we are changing the senior management structure now rather than waiting for the conclusions and recommendations from the peer review?
I'm not entirely sure I follow the question based upon the report that's in front of you here.
The report says that you have got a peer review and that it's about to be, it was about the whole of the council, that it'll have recommendations, that will use the expertise, that is all being collegiate.
Yeah.
And we are making, my understanding is, we are making changes to the way that the council works, but we haven't got the final agreed peer review recommendation. It just seems to be putting the horse before the cart. Even the other way around, the cart before the horse.
I think Councillor Widdowson, you're trying to shoehorn another issue into this report. I honestly never realised this report was so popular, but people obviously queued up to talk to me about it, and I assume that you are aware that the changes that are currently underway also come from an LGA review, so it's pretty much part of the same process.
Do you have a supplementary to that? Councillor Fenton.
Not a supplementary, just a new question, Lord Mayor. The report makes reference to the budget setting process, which led to the decisions made at Budget Council. As we know, a few days prior to that decision, the government provided some additional money. It was too little, too late, but they provided some additional money. And obviously, we had a debate at that meeting about how that money could best be used. I just wondered if you could set out some of the considerations that the executive made about how your share of that money could be used in terms of its assignment to reserves rather than to be used for adult social care and children in order to free up other money that had been assigned to address those pressures that could have potentially averted some of the cuts elsewhere.
I think your mini speech there, Councillor Fenton, was longer than mine. And I will accept one question shoehorned into the report, but not two. So if you would care to give a written question to, I think you need to address that to Councillor Lomas, your question, who I'm sure will be happy to provide you with an answer.
No supplementary to that, or Councillor Eyre? Okay. No one else has indicated, Councillor Eyre?
Given that you don't want the report here and you clearly won't answer any questions on anything in the report, why didn't you bring a constitutional change to yesterday's A&G meeting to have it taken out?
I'm not sure if you've been listening, Councillor Eyre, but I've already answered questions that aren't actually related to things that are in the report, but I'm only prepared to go so far on that. What was the second part of your question?
If you want to get rid of the report, we had an urgent A&G meeting to change the constitution. Why didn't you bring forward a proposal to that A&G meeting to get rid of this report? And it could have been voted at tonight, and it would be gone.
That's a really helpful suggestion, Councillor Eyre. We'll consider that. Thanks.
Can't consider it after it's happened.
Well,
I see time travelling.
well, we can certainly bring it to the next one, couldn't we? But for that to happen, we would actually need the Liberal Democrat Party to participate in the normal functioning of this council and actually turn up at meetings that they are paid an allowance that they just voted on tonight to increase to attend, yet refuse to turn up in absolute dereliction of their duty to the residents of this city.
Do you have a supplementary to that, Councillor Eyre? Are there any other questions members would like to ask at this point? I don't see anybody indicating. Okay. So, thank you, members. That concludes the questions. We move on to motions on notice. Agenda item 9. There are 4 motions this evening submitted under Standing Order B13. They're included in the list of notices of motions and amendments in the agenda supplement. We have apologies this evening from Councillor Ben Burton. I'm told that Councillor Whitcroft will be proposing instead. So the first motion relating to making York a trauma-informed city, I invite Councillor Whitcroft to move that motion, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for allowing me to bring this motion on behalf of Councillor Burton. Everyone in this room has likely to have experienced some form of trauma in their life. Trauma, as a word, can often incite images of war or violence that are explicitly traumatic. But sources of trauma can also include more insidious things like emotional abuse, things like neglect and discrimination. Experiencing significant trauma can fundamentally change how a person sees the world, and more importantly, how a person sees themselves. It can shatter their sense of safety, their sense of self-worth, and their ability to manage emotions or relationships in a healthy way. The repercussions of this ripple outwards, increasing risks of mental illness, of substance abuse, and suicide attempts. Trauma-informed approaches start by understanding trauma's deep imprint on people's mind and bodies. People with complex trauma can often present as challenging or difficult, but it's vital that services see through the pain that people carry with them, rather than judge or ignore. Trauma-informed services adapt to maximize feelings of safety and empowerment and healing for those who are affected. Simple changes in language and environment and allowing the survivors an active voice will make an enormous difference. But it isn't just theory. It's an evidence-based model as outlined in this motion, transforming care across parts of the UK and indeed beyond. In trauma-informed organisations, caregivers replace judgment with compassion and tailor services to meet specific individual needs. This shift benefits not just those accessing support, but also staff who will help develop deeper insights. York can be a shining example, as it is already in so many ways, of this modern, humane approach to caring for our most vulnerable residents. This motion asks the council to implement trauma-informed principles across council services through staff training, awareness campaigns, and centering on the voices of survivors. The council will also need to work hand in hand, as we do, with health, education, and other partners to create a citywide culture of trauma awareness. One where survivors don't get re-victimized, but receive the understanding, validation, and affirmation that we all deserve. This motion also asks for additional scrutiny of the city's mental health services, and a topic I'm particularly passionate about, as I brought to my full council motion in November. Their
30
use of the
seconds.
former BD.
Oh, sorry, you've got 5 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The use of the former BPD Plus protocol was felt by some to be a way to withhold care to some of our most vulnerable and traumatised residents, and it sometimes fostered a feeling of distrust. It's vital that the council fully understands why that protocol was used and be reassured that current practice by services is suitable for survivors of trauma. Supporting this motion will help to make the council more open and accessible to trauma survivors and hopefully help communities to heal from generational cycles of pain. We can foster a city of empathy where resources go to resolving root causes rather than just solving symptoms. I ask you to join me in supporting this today to make York a trauma-informed city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Please go ahead and second. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to fully support and second this motion on making York a trauma-informed city. Having worked in substance committees for over 20 years, I've worked with some of the most traumatised people living in our community and have seen the huge beneficial effects of acknowledging their trauma and working with people to support positive change in their lives. The 4 stages of becoming trauma-informed work on the principles of realising trauma, recognising the signs of trauma and having a system that can respond to trauma and resisting the re-traumatisation of people. If we look at the very first stage, which is realising trauma in people, we can then begin to work with a solid base of becoming fully informed of the principles when working with people with trauma. Trauma is a significant event a person experiences, which is stressful or frightening or a distressing event outside of their control. Most people experience traumatic events, but not everyone is affected in the same way. Trauma can happen at any age and can affect a person at any time. A trauma-informed approach becomes increasingly cited in policy. It means we can work together to begin practically reducing the negative impact of trauma and support people in receiving the necessary services and provision they need, both from the City of York Council and other key services operating in the city. Trauma-informed practices would enable professionals to start looking at what a person needs to receive support rather than asking what is wrong with them. Trauma-informed practices can be used by all public-facing staff and can be used in all forms of communication, including phone calls, emails, and face-to-face contact. On a personal level, I've found that working with people in a trauma-informed way increases positive engagement and improves outcomes for the person involved and moves towards paths for recovery. As a society, we're judged upon our ability to support those most vulnerable. We can start to do this through a trauma-informed approach in our city. Enabling people to access services that are needed, such as housing, mental health support, community activities, are vital to be able to move forwards in their recovery and build the happier, healthier lives they would want. We can do this as professionals through education, awareness, and acknowledging the impact that trauma has upon people's lives and ways in which this can be recognised and worked with. I fully support this motion and see how this support can be invaluable to people and increase understanding and access to support systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Steels-Walshaw. So we move to debate on this. Does anybody wish to indicate and speak? Councillor Fenton was very quick to raise his hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for bringing this motion, Councillor Whitcroft. Just warning that my speech will make reference to suicide. I wanted to speak on this motion to highlight one aspect of the trauma-informed approach that the motion sets out, and that is that certain communities are much more affected and impacted by trauma and the responses of society and health professionals to trauma. Firstly, those from underrepresented groups in our society are more likely to experience trauma and discrimination that leads to trauma. One such group is the transgender community. Multiple studies have concluded that parental and peer abuse are especially common amongst trans and gender diverse people versus cisgender people. At the moment, we have a situation in the UK where nearly 9 out of 10 young trans adults have experienced suicidal thoughts. Trans young people are the most likely group to have self-harmed. We have failed to implement this type of trauma-informed approach for LGBTQ people in the UK. We have groups that are seeking to deliberately undermine the principles of the trauma-informed response to trans people. So many young LGBTQ adults are taught every day through social media and conventional broadcast media that their very existence is up for debate. Our government, sadly, is undermining the little trust that LGBTQ people have in our institutions to treat them fairly and with respect. This is not only worsening the personal trauma that trans and other LGBTQ people face in their daily lives, but it also undermines the principles on which the trauma-informed response is based. The UK's current response to trauma that LGBTQ individuals face on the basis of being LGBTQ seems to be the exact opposite of an informed approach. It is important that through this motion, we send the signal today that we stand against this type of treatment and support a trauma-informed response for all people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Webb and then Councillor Runciman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm really pleased to be supporting this motion and think it's a really timely piece of work, and I hope that all councillors will recognise the benefits of it. I'm, as you would expect, going to speak to the elements of the motion that support our young people. Sadly, the words trauma, traumatising, traumatised are very commonly used terms at the moment. As Councillor Whitcroft has already alluded to, it does make people think of particular incidents or one-off events that are terrible and can and will be traumatising. In working with children, unfortunately, I'm sure we've all got an idea of what such events may include. But we mustn't forget that this isn't just about those big one-off incidents. It is also about long-term neglect and long-term abuse that can often be emotional neglect. To be trauma-informed is in part recognising that prolonged exposure to difficult experiences can lead to someone being traumatised, and this is especially common in children. To be traumatised means to have the way you interact with the environment around you coloured by that traumatic event or period of time. The way you speak to individuals, the way that you react in particular circumstances, to particular situations, or even particular people. Essentially, the way you communicate yourself to the world around you can be affected by trauma. In education, all behaviour is communication is a mantra adapted by many trauma-informed practice, and trauma-informed practice, encapsulates that clearly, spells out how adults can help children by recognising their trauma, giving children safe spaces, giving children an opportunity to control their reactions and communications, collaborating with children on what works for them, and creating an atmosphere of trust and empowerment. And the results of all this tends to be better outcomes for that young person, but also for everyone else in that environment, because you can pretty much guarantee that if one person is feeling safer and more empowered, then the same will apply to everyone else as well. Finally, I will say something not directly about children. That is, sometimes we all might be going through something traumatic or something difficult, or indeed it might be something that one person can work through and another person might not have the tools or the supports to do the same. And that is okay. Being trauma-informed is about us all taking a step back and thinking that the person on the other side of the desk or the screen or the room might be going through a tough time or experience something that makes them think about difficult times. Doesn't mean you have to know what it is, but it always pays to be kind, to be open, and to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Runciman.
Before I start, Lord Mayor, thank you so much for letting the speakers sit down. All those wonderful words of wisdom in the first half rather escaped me. Hopefully the second half will be easier to hear, so thank you. Lord Mayor, the Liberal Democrats are happy to support this motion. Trauma is a complex subject and it can result from many and varied experiences, from a fairly short incident, a prolonged illness, or prolonged or protracted abuse and neglect. It happens in all areas of society. The motion points out that nearly half of children in the UK will experience at least one adverse childhood experience, and 1 in 10 people will experience PTSD. These issues affect people we know in our communities, amongst our friends, and in our families. The COVID pandemic was an extremely traumatic event for many and highlighted some inadequacies in the service. Many people tell us that their mental health was affected, so more needs to be done to help them. We should put mental health on the same footing as physical health, alongside addressing other health inequalities. The Liberal Democrats have always taken mental health seriously. At the last local elections, we took the decision to open more mental health hubs like 30 Clarence Street to offer help and support. It's vitally important that alongside a greater understanding of trauma, we work to break down some of the barriers experienced in accessing services. We must do all we can to continue to invest and deliver more prevention and more early help. We believe that the principles behind trauma-informed practice are right. Service users and staff should feel safe when accessing services. Trust needs to be built with very clear communication. Pledges should not be overpromised and underdelivered. Service users need to feel supported by sharing decision-making about their own health. Those experiencing trauma may feel a lack of safety or control over the course of their lives. We must work alongside service users and actively involve them in planning and delivery. Finally, we have to move past the prejudices, biases, and cultural stereotypes that get in the way of those that have experienced trauma receiving the treatment and understanding that they deserve. All of us should support this motion and aim to make York a trauma-informed city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I think we can see the direction of travel with this motion. Councillor Crawshaw, you've indicated you wish to speak. I'm not going to stop you from speaking. I'll just say we still have 3 more motions and other business to get through. But if you want to contribute before we... Are other members wishing to speak that haven't yet indicated? I just thought I saw a hand from somebody else. No, okay.
If I may just make a few very brief
Thank you.
comments. I haven't prepared a speech in the same way that there's been some very well written and well thought through speeches. I think the thing I just wanted to touch on was thinking about the free things that we are able to do and that are within our gift, whether it be within the council or in particular, I wanted to think about the school system and the school environment, because I think any look at children's health and well-being at the moment, the indicators are pointing in the wrong directions. We talk a lot about attendance and the attendance difficulties that are being experienced nationally, but in particular locally. And I don't think our record locally stacks up particularly well against the national figures at the moment. And I think actually we need to acknowledge the traumatizing effect that schools can have on children and young people. And that can be particularly so for children who are neurodiverse. And the numbers at the moment of children who are being acknowledged and recognised as being neurodiverse are only increasing. In very young children, it's around 1 in 3 at the moment that are thought to be showing signs of neurodiversity. So this is not a problem that is going to be going away. But until we start to acknowledge that the school system needs to adapt to the needs of the pupils within it, rather than continually expecting that the pupils will adapt to the system as it is experienced by them, then I think we are on a hide into nothing. So my plea is that we think not just about the significant traumas, but those cumulative micro traumas that children and young people experience, whether they're neurodiverse or not. And the incumbency on us as adults to be sensitive to that, to be aware of that, and to adapt our systems to that. And that's when we can be truly trauma informed.
Thank you. Thanks for that contribution. So, Councillor Whitcroft, do you wish to reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just take a moment to express my gratitude to all of those who spoke in this debate. It's been an absolutely inspiring event to listen to everyone and their range of expertise. I'd of course like to thank Councillor Ben Burton for writing this motion. I understand he can't be here, but we're very lucky to have him. His credit to the council in the way he puts together such an important issue. I'd like to also thank Councillor Steels-Warshaw for seconding my motion. I note that last time I introduced the motion, Councillor Steels-Warshaw also seconded it. So we're fast becoming a council dream team when it comes to introducing motions. I'd really like to thank Councillor Fenton as well for talking specifically about LGBT people and in particular the transgender community. We know that they face a great deal of pressure, particularly now, and I hope that this motion will go some way to trying to help to address that. And of course, we had the Trans Day of Remembrance, where we flew the trans pride flag from the Mansion House, which I'm very proud that the council did. I'd also like to, of course, thank Councillor Webb for his work talking about young people and the fact of long-term trauma rather than single one-off events. I'm very proud that someone who clearly cares so much is in such a position of authority when it comes to looking after the young people of the city. And of course, the symbiotic relationship that we all need to have with these services, something that is good for one is good for all, and support for one is support for all. I'd like to thank Councillor Runciman for her compelling understanding of the complexity of the subject of trauma and bring her experience forward, in particular mentioning the impact of COVID on people's mental health and the long-term impact that's going to have, particularly on young people. We all remember it well, and thank you for sharing. We also need to understand sharing as decision-making. I said at my last motion, what we do here is important, but across the city, there are charities and organisations working hard, and our job is to bring them all together and work towards a common goal. So I'm very pleased we'll be able to work together as a city. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Crawshaw for very clearly speaking from the heart when the rest of us mostly spoke from paper, but talking about what we can do as a city and being realistic, but also radical in making sure we stand up to the problems that trauma and neurodivergence face. Very pleased to see the unanimous support here, and I'm looking forward to seeing this motion pass. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much. So I will now take a vote on the motion. If you wish to vote for the motion, please raise your hands now. I'm sure that's unanimous. Thank you very much. That motion is carried. We move to the next motion, and I invite Councillor Fisher to present a motion relating to the safeguarding of future library provision. Councillor Fisher.
Mayor, I think we all remember the famous description of York's libraries as being about books and cake. That in no way describes the vast range of services that York Library and Archives, to give it its full title, provides. Sure, there are books available to read and borrow, and the cakes present in some of their libraries are sources of delicious cakes and beverages. But modern libraries are far from those silent places depicted in 80s sitcoms with stern librarians who cow anyone who dares to make a noise into silence with a hard look or a harsh word. Modern libraries are active, vibrant places that cater for residents of all ages. Just look what my local library in Strensall, one of the smaller libraries in York, is offering over Easter. Lego Club, Easter crafts, story time, board games and puzzles, children's crafts. It also offers a regular Pokemon club. Now, how my Pokemon mad son would have loved that. But I think at 35 is possibly a bit old. There's under 5 stories, rhyme time, and knit and natter session, which provides residents of more advanced age a chance to meet and helps to combat potential social isolation. Now, many of these activities are free, which offers parents the chance to access free entertainment for their children, which is also creative, educational, and acts as a catalyst to get them to borrow and read books. As George Martin, author of A Land of Ice and Fire, which morphed into Game of Thrones, once said, a reader lives 1,000 lives before dying. One who never reads lives only one. Or Groucho Marx, I find television very educating. Every time somebody turns the TV on, I go into another room and read a book. Also in libraries are computers, which enable those with no computer or no internet access at home or with limited computer skills the chance to access essential online services with guidance from staff. And then there's the incredible archive, holding vast numbers of documents relating to York, which is of inestimable value to those with an interest in the history of this great and ancient city. There is the mobile library, which provides an essential service to communities which have easy access to few, if any, council facilities. And finally, the libraries offer a warm, welcoming place for some of the least privileged in society who would otherwise struggle to keep warm and comfortable. So our libraries are far, far more than books and cake. The last Liberal Democrat-led administration recognised the value of our libraries. Amongst other things, it opened Haxby Library on a new site, opened a new library at the community stadium, and started the building of a new facility in Clifton. The January 2024 review of public library services across the UK shows City of York Council's partnership with Explore as a shining beacon of hope when so many other councils are running their library services down. But sadly, the Labour budget this year removed about 10% of the support the council gives to York Explore, and there will be a similar cut next year. I spoke to several volunteers in Strengths, and they were incensed that whilst they give their valuable time for free to support the service, the new administration doesn't seem to value it. There is real anger at the cuts, as shown by the 3,246 residents who signed the petition against them, one of the largest petitions in York history. As I found out when standing outside Acomb Library, the residents of Westfield are only too keen to sign. I now quote from an email from a Strensall resident. As a lifelong Labour supporter, I'm absolutely shocked at the idea library budgets in York could be cut. Explore York provides vital services for the whole community and is a lifeline for the less fortunate who suffer in our society. Shame on anyone who supports this short-sighted and destructive notion. I hope to be able to deliver some leaflets for you. This cut has undoubtedly damaged the council's reputation. There is a contract with York Explore, and most impartial observers consider that the administration has broken, at the very least, the spirit of it. Any body which breaks a contract will find future partners sceptical of entering into new ones. So we now enter damage limitation mode. In order to prevent the loss of services and that of any of the 100 or so jobs York Explore provides, with the resultant damage to the council's reputation, it is essential that the council looks at ways to assist Explore in maximising its revenue streams in order to protect all the libraries, including the mobile service, and to ensure that all of them are adequately staffed. The potential loss of any library or reduction in opening hours is most likely to fall on one of the outlying villages which are least able to access alternatives.
30 seconds.
In the Budget Council public participation session, we heard from the Chief Executive of Explore clear concerns about the impact of the cuts imposed by the Labour administration. Clearly, urgent action is needed to reduce the effect of the budget cuts. It cannot wait. The resolution, as stated, puts a clear timeframe for action. I urge all members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a seconder for this?
Second and reserve the right.
Okay, thank you very much. So we open for debate, although I think there is an amendment on the motion set out in the supplementary papers, and Councillor Coles will move that amendment. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Liberal Democrat colleagues for their original motion. One of the most unexpected things about becoming a councillor has been the sheer volume of physics teachers that I am now surrounded with. Thankfully, after Councillor Fisher taught me physics GCSE many moons ago, I made the decision to shift my focus in a more political direction. Einstein might once have said that politics is more difficult than physics. But for him, maybe, I definitely found the physics harder. So I hope that we can try and keep the politics out of libraries this evening, because I think that we should all be able to agree that our libraries and archives are both brilliant and really important. And our amendment is designed to bring us together and not pull us apart. I think it was something to do with repelling atoms, Councillor Fisher, but I can't really remember. It's unfortunate that the original motion was published at the very start of the formal confidential contractual negotiations between council officers and York Explore, because they are now looking at all the available options for the provision of library services to ensure that we meet our statutory responsibilities and the requirements for the Department of Culture, Media and Sport. So unfortunately, we can't support the original motion, but we do support the sentiment in the original motion. And I hope that we can agree on the things that we do and not inadvertently circumvent a confidential contractual negotiation process. I would like to thank the officers behind the scenes who are working tirelessly on this and the other savings across the council that we have to deliver. And they do it so diligently and professionally, and have been doing so throughout 14 years of austerity to preserve and deliver the best they can for the residents of York. But the financial landscape that we're operating in local government has transformed since 2010, and not in a good way. So any reductions in council funding are being undertaken by this administration to protect the long-term financial stability of the council. Financial responsibility has to come first, and sometimes that means making difficult decisions. Capital investment
as the motion and the amendment acknowledge, has been maintained and is being continued by this Labour administration. And the brand new library and community resource in Clifton, which will open later this year, follows £5.85 million worth of investment that's being continued. The amendment is about demonstrating our shared commitment to our libraries and archive. It's about working positively and in partnership to reform parts of the service so that we can continue to deliver what residents expect in terms of access to the range of services our libraries provide. The amendment commits us to write to both the DCMS and the Arts Council to communicate our ongoing commitment to our brilliant library and archive service for the residents of the city.
Thank you.
And I hope the council will support it. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. May I have a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Libraries are vital to any community. In York, we're really lucky to have an amazing network of libraries with a real focus on supporting the communities that they serve. My local library in Acomb has a whole host of offers for everybody in the surrounding communities. That includes the Acomb and Westfield Councillor Surgery once a month. And in fact, on the day that Councillor Fisher was outside Acomb Explore collecting signatures on his petition, Acomb and Westfield Labour councillors were inside supporting local residents, solving their problems and talking and listening to their concerns. It's crucial that Councillor Coles is enabled to continue to work with Explore, not just for 3 months, but in the long term, to ensure that our amazing library service can continue to serve our communities as it does now. The original motion, sadly, in parts, would achieve the opposite, however well-intentioned it may have been. This amendment simply maintains the assumed spirit of the original motion while supporting the excellent work that Councillor Coles is doing, working alongside Explore to secure their long-term future.
Thank you. I invite debate on the amendment. Do go ahead. Councillor Hook.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We welcome some parts of this amendment because we're glad to see Councillor Coles finally realise that libraries are not just about books and cake and instead provide vital lifelines for some of the most vulnerable groups in York to tackle digital exclusion, loneliness and isolation. Libraries are also there to provide warm hubs for those struggling to heat their homes in the winter and spaces for active community groups to meet. It's a shame that Councillor Coles and the Labour executive didn't realise this before they made the decision to cut £600,000 from the Explore York budget. But overall, this amendment is a disappointing one. It adds the figure about loss of funding from 2011, but the start of austerity in local government finances started under the previous Labour government after the recession in 2008. However, the most disappointing change to the motion has to be the scrapping of a guarantee that the mobile library will be retained in the words, reforming the mobile library service. Perhaps a member of the executive can stand up and assure to councillors and the public that the word reform doesn't mean cut or reduce provision and actually means some sort of policy change that hasn't been forthcoming as of yet and would retain and maybe even expand the current provision. The mobile library is so important for many villages and communities that do not have easy access to the amazing physical libraries that York has. It provides communities with many of the facilities Explore has on offer. Residents in my ward can browse, borrow and return books, as well as place and collect reserve books. It also gives our villages a focus point to socialise and come together, a lifeline for many to end their isolation. We really would encourage a clear message to our villages, our residents, that the mobile library will not go away or be reduced, which is why the Liberal Democrats will be voting against this amendment.
I haven't seen any other hands. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, presumably then there'll be some metric that assesses the usefulness of the mobile library system in the outer villages, how many times it's used, what it actually costs for that usage. I'd be most interested if anybody's got those figures. Thank you.
No other contributions. Councillor Fisher, do you wish to reply?
To endorse the comments made by Councillor Hook. There are two other motions. I think we've made our position pretty clear.
Thank you. So with that, I'll move to the vote on the amendment. The vote on the amendment. If you wish to vote for the amendment, please raise your hands now.
In fact.
26. Thank you. And voting against the amendment? So the amendment is carried. Sorry, I didn't ask for abstentions. Thank you. So we'll move to the debate on the substantive motion as amended. Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor Knight.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Liberal Democrat group is extremely disappointed that the Labour administration has passed this amendment. It sends a signal to our villages and the outskirts of York that do not have a library service near them, that they are likely to lose their mobile library service. We hope that Labour commit to not cutting it and realise that they do have a long-term contract with York Explore to deliver these services. This change has been devastating for the council's reputation and the reputation of the Labour executive. All organisations that currently hold contracts with the city and all organisations looking to be contracted by the city will be wary of what might be coming their way. With this decision and the saga of the Salvation Army, how can any of these organisations trust the council administration when they enter into contract with them? It has now been 4 weeks since Budget Council and 4 weeks since Explore Chief Executive Jenny Layfield set out that if Labour's budget cuts passed, then the next step would be an official notice by the local authority setting out exactly what cuts in library services the executive wants to see. We have yet to see any such notice. Tonight would be an ideal opportunity for the council executive to explain itself. Please, what services will you cut? Library users, library staff, those who use libraries as warmth hubs for computer and internet access, for socialising, and others appalled by the way the Labour administration have handled this contract, deserve to know what services York Libraries will no longer be able to provide. We are going to vote in favour of this, as it does commit the administration to retaining all staffed libraries, which we would encourage the administration to follow through on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to come back on Councillor Knight's point. It's really important to recognise that nothing in the amended motion is about informing any decisions, and it is inaccurate to say so. That's misinformation at the start of a very confidential contractual negotiation that is taking place between council officers and York Explore, in which they are looking at all the possible options in terms of the provision of library services. It's not about any specific services or any specific areas of the library and archive service. It is about ensuring that we meet our statutory responsibilities and the requirements that are made of us by the Department of Culture, Media and Sport. And of course, there will be a period of consultation before any final decisions are made. And it is really important that we don't go into any more detail of any particular elements of the service or provide further comment at the moment about those things. And to do so is spreading misinformation to the community. So I'd just like to reiterate, Councillor Knight, on that point, because it's actually undermining a contractual process to do so.
No other members have indicated they wish to speak. Councillor Fisher, you have the opportunity to reply at this point.
Thank you. I take issue with Councillor Cole saying that we're interfering in contractual matters. We're not. We're in the public interest as members of this council expressing what we would like to see as the ultimate outcome of the review of Explore services. That is perfectly legitimate for us to comment on in this full council. There are some aspects of this amendment I actually find useful, but the one that concerns me, and I will hold your feet to the fire over this one, is the word reforming the mobile library service, because that opens the opportunity for cuts or abolition. Now, I will give you the benefit of the doubt on this one, and I will support this, the amended motion. But please be warned, the people of the outer villages are watching your every move on this. So I will support it, but
thank you.
Must be prepared. Be open to criticism if you cut it.
We'll now take a vote on the motion as amended. The motion as amended. If you wish to vote for the motion as amended, please raise your hand now. That appears to be unanimous. That is unanimous. Thank you. So that motion as amended is carried. Thank you, members. Our next motion on affordable housing. I invite Councillor Stewart to move this motion on affordable housing. But before I do so, Council will note the slight typographical error. The word county should read country wherever the word county appears. Having noted that, Councillor Stewart, please continue.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It does only appear once. It's not that. It's not that bad. And I think referring to it as a typographical error makes it sound far more grandiose. And I think it was very unfortunate a Freudian slip from me, because as a proud Yorkshireman, I don't think we really generally need to look outside the county. But on this occasion, we have looked to the country in formulating this motion. And this is another brilliant Conservative motion, I think, in terms of actually trying to get something tangible done. Sorry? He didn't rewrite. I might not take Councillor Pavlovic's amendment after that intervention. For me, this is basically setting out one key important task. We have this concept of affordable housing. For me, totally misnamed. If you look at the word affordable, what does it mean? It means first match on the dictionary or Google, inexpensive. And obviously for so many people, affordable housing is just a house that is a bit cheaper. Fundamentally, it doesn't have anything to do with how much people really can afford it. So a total misnomer. And the key concept of this motion is about taking other metrics into play. So, for example, as Andy Street in the West Midlands has done, and I know it's a combined authority, not a city council, but he has capped the amount of people can pay as a proportion of their mortgage, which is really a lot more relevant, I think, in affordable housing. And so that's the key part that we're looking to change. And in doing that change, we've got that concept. We think it should be as broad as possible in terms of who looks at that. So we're not saying this must be the absolute way forward for everything, but we're saying that officers, that members, that the executive should all be part of this investigation as to what we can find as the best scheme going forward. We're also very keen not to prejudice the local plan, because obviously the local plan is hopefully near completion. We wait to see exactly where it may be, and so we wait to see. Well, let's see. All right, Councillor Waters.
You do have a glass of water there, Councillor Waters.
I did say hopefully nearing completion, but we wait to see. And so we didn't want to prejudice that. We are going to take Councillor Pavlovic's amendment as part of our motion. We think it's broadly positive. We think it enhances the motion in some ways. We're also mindful of the fact that the Labour group does have the majority, and if we didn't, then it will be voted through after we'd prolonged things rather needlessly. The only thing I think that there's a downside to Labour group's amendment is that it does talk about nothing will happen in the literal wording until after the local plan. But I'm very much hopeful that Councillor Pavlovic will declare, if he should so desire to speak, that all of this stuff is hopefully going to start anyway, and he's already about to embrace the good work that we advocate. So that's the motion, and I urge all members to support it. And for those that believe every motion should be at least 2 sides of A4, I apologise that we've gone for half a side of A4, but it's about getting something done rather than just writing and writing and talking and talking. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Far be it from you to talk and talk, Councillor Stewart. We have a seconder, I hope. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Rowley. Okay. Well, if we weren't aware before, we are aware that there is an amendment offered. We have a notice of amendment to the motion, and I invite Councillor Pavlovic to move the amendment.
Point of order. Yeah, we've already.
Yes, you still have to move it.
Does he? Yeah, we'd like to seek council's permission to accept it.
The motion.
You'll be happy to seek council's permission to accept the amendment. With a quick show of hands, not a problem at all. Councillor Pavlovic, you do not wish to speak unless you choose to do so at this moment. You do, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I've both written and going to talk. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to congratulate the Conservatives for this motion, which couldn't be more relevant for the people of York, which we will of course support. The lack of affordable housing is sadly leaving too many people in this great city of ours facing impossible choices. To stay in the family home, and we already know that the age of people leaving home has increased by more than 15% in the past 10 years, live in cramped house shares, or find somewhere outside the city to live. I hear so often, as I'm sure we all do, of parents and grandparents saying their offspring live some distance away and they don't see them as often as they'd like. York's a beautiful city where people want to live and enjoy all it has to offer. But for those who can't afford to either rent or buy, their options have been stark. Move somewhere more affordable and commute in, or give up on the city altogether. There will be those who say if you can't afford to live here, move. But that has risks too. If young families move away, their children move too. And we've already seen some small schools struggling to stay open. People on average and above average wages are vital to York's economic and social future. Where are the care workers, the nurses, bus drivers, teachers, hospitality and tourism workers going to live when houses are around 9 times average wages and when a deposit to buy is £15,000 to £20,000 and rents are taking a huge percentage of their salary? The motion is right. Many of these issues are driven by the market and out of control of this council. The local plan, when it's adopted, will see a huge level of house building over the next 15 years or more. An increasing supply will hopefully stabilise asking prices or at least slow down the pace of increase. Developer contributions to affordable housing through their Section 106 contributions will also make a difference. Currently, these properties are offered to housing associations, and it's never made sense to me that the council don't take advantage of these developer contributions. Therefore, I'm working with officers and developers for CYC to join the consortium of housing associations that can bid for these. The council, as you're aware, is also developing its own genuinely affordable housing, and in addition to being 100% affordable with no full market sales, is already trying to ensure that those on average wages can take advantage by introducing a new intermediate rent tenure, in addition to social rent, to help York's essential workers to at last find a place to put down roots. I'm not saying it's the complete answer, it isn't, but we're committed to giving as many people as we can a chance of secure, affordable home of their own, and I urge all councillors to support this amended motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pavlovic. So we continue to debate the substantive motion as amended by agreement. Councillor Fisher. Fenton, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I welcome the debate on this important issue. So thank you to Councillor Stewart for bringing the motion and to Councillor Pavlovic for the amendment. The UK's housing market is profoundly unfair, with secure home becoming increasingly impossible for millions of people. I'm proud of the work that the previous administration undertook in establishing the housing delivery programme to build energy efficient homes on council-owned land, I'm also proud of the work that was done through cross-party scrutiny, which recommended that the proportion of affordable homes on these sites be maximised. Action to take to make homes more affordable to buy is important, but so is action to make homes more affordable to rent. Successive governments have pursued policies to benefit homeowners without considering the impact on those without property. The original motion was light in this regard in terms of the plight of renters, and I'm pleased that this has been addressed in the amendment. The motion asks scrutiny to look at the definition of a market sale home and whether a criteria to be based on residents paying no more than a set percentage of their income through a mortgage is preferable to the more traditional approach of a reduction based on market value. And I'm interested in the example Councillor Stewart gave from the West Midlands. There are interesting proposals coming forward from all quarters and from all parties in this area. And I know that my party last autumn debated and approved a policy around linking social rents to local incomes rather than the dysfunctional private rental market. So I do believe there is some ample scope for cross-party work in this area. In relation to the now accepted parts of the motion on social developer contributions, absolutely no problem with reviewing the council's current policy, but I am keen that we don't lose sight of the benefit of delivering affordable homes on site to help create diverse and mixed tenure communities. But the Liberal Democrat group is pleased to support the motion as amended.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to be able to speak on the amended motion on an issue I know to be hugely important to a high proportion of our residents, not only in Guildhall, the ward I represent, but across all wards. It is unsurprising that this is such a significant issue in a city where the gap between wages and the cost of housing is so wide. I'm very mindful of the limitations of what we can achieve as a council on our own, which is why we need to consider all possible options for the future delivery of affordable homes of different tenures. The local plan is critical in the short and medium term to deliver new homes at scale, and within that, the percentage of affordable homes that will come through strategic and smaller housing sites. The policies and proposed housing delivery is informed by a local housing needs assessment, yet we know the final plan will not deliver the number of affordable homes this assessment says the city needs. For that reason, we need to consider other options, including those that could become available through our membership of the new mayoral combined authority. The origins of this motion, as I understand it, are in efforts made by West Midlands Combined Authority and the mayor there to adopt a new definition of affordability, in recognition that the national definition wasn't delivering access to affordable housing to meet the needs in that area. That model is quite complex, and so we need to evaluate its outcomes and compare it with what we're currently able to deliver and facilitate as a council. But I welcome the motion and giving added focus to the affordability problem impacting people right across our city and providing different ideas for how we respond to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there are any other contributors. Councillor Stewart, do you want to have a final word on this? No? And with that, we can move to the vote. And with apologies to Councillor Fenton and Councillor Fisher. If you wish to vote for the motion as amended, please raise your hands now. That is unanimous. Thank you very much. So that motion is carried. Our fourth motion on notice this evening, my vote, my voice. I invite Councillor Baxter to move this fourth and final motion this evening.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm really pleased to be proposing the My Vote, My Voice motion this evening. There are many barriers to voting that those with learning difficulties and autism face, from complicated registering forms to inaccessible polling stations. Under the current government, unnecessary measures have been put in place that have resulted in a lack of awareness of voting rights within many underrepresented groups. It is all too common that with the many hoops to jump through, people with learning difficulties and autism might not get adequate support when registering to vote. Instead, we should be supporting campaigns like My Vote, My Voice and encourage participation in democracy. This is particularly important for underrepresented groups who are often at the sharp end of policies such as austerity, according to the UN's Economic, Social and Cultural Rights Committee. My Vote, My Voice directly support 10,000 people across the UK to live their lives with choice and control, and crucially, it is informed by those with lived experience. There is lots of misinformation around voting, so it is essential that campaigns such as this are supported to combat mistruths around who is eligible to vote. Unfortunately, 40% of the population still believe that adults with a learning disability don't have an equal right to vote. My Vote, My Voice is already supported by councils across the country, the Electoral Commission, and many other organisations that seek to promote democratic processes. With trust in politics at an all-time low and 2 exceedingly important elections this year, it's paramount that we encourage participation. As councillors, we must do all that we can in our communities by using accessible resources and supporting those who may need extra support when registering to vote. I would urge all members to support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you, councillor Baxter. May I have a seconder?
Seconded and reserve the right.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to debate on the motion. Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a couple of very quick remarks. I'm a really strong supporter of this campaign and the focus that it brings on voting and having your say and inclusion and ensuring that everyone is able to take part in our democracy. We've got 1 in 8 adults in the city who have a learning disability, and the Electoral Commission has already said very clearly that people with learning disabilities are less likely to have a form of photo ID and therefore be able to take part in the electoral process. And we also know that according to the Electoral Commission, 14,000 voters were unable to take part in the elections last year because they didn't have an acceptable form of ID. So it is really important for our democracy that it is as open and accessible as possible, whether that's about polling stations or voting in person. So I fully support the resolutions of this motion, and in particular, in registering to vote and increasing voter participation, particularly given as Councillor Baxter set out so clearly, the York and North Yorkshire mayoral election on the 2nd of May, and more importantly, the general election whenever the Prime Minister has the courage to call it.
Thank you. I'm going to Councillor Wardby and then to Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Liberal Democrat Group is happy to support this motion and the principles behind the motion. I wanted to highlight one aspect of voter participation that we know affects learning disabled, autistic adults and other disabled people disproportionately, and that is the government's the government's new voter ID laws. Nationwide, there are 2 million adults who do not have a valid form of voter ID. It was reported that only 85,000 people across the UK have applied for the free ID. Reports have shown that those that are younger and older are less likely to have a valid ID. Only 2,025 people aged 75 plus applied, for example. Many of these 2 million people will be disabled. It is vital. Just wait a minute. Yeah, sorry. It is vital that the council and the government reach out to disability groups and people to offer the available. Sorry, I've lost my space because. Yeah, it is to reach out to disability groups and people to offer the available free ID that they will be required to have to vote. The government's actions introducing the voter ID laws will leave disabled people in no doubt that they are trying to suppress their votes alongside young people and other disrepresented voices. The Conservative government's attempts to rig the next election is simply undemocratic, and Liberal Democrats would urge that the government scraps their new voter ID laws. We would also urge that the letter to the relevant minister on ways to make registering to vote easier also includes a direct message against the voter ID laws within that. But as the motion outlines, the new voter ID laws are not the only reason as to why learning disabled, autistic adults and other disabled people are less likely to vote. Only 12% of disabled voters were aware of their legal entitlements during the 2023 local elections, including available polling station support. More work needs to be done to reach disabled people and make them aware of their rights and the support that is on offer. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wardby. Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a very, very quick point. I applied for a blue badge online and I had to put a photo in and that was accepted. And then when voter ID came in, I thought, I'm going to try and see how easy it is. My photo that was accepted for the blue badge was not accepted through the thing. It was the wrong size. And I just think that that's some support that some people will need. And so I welcome this, this motion, and I hope that we can take that part forward as well.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. More than happy to support this motion. However, I don't think it lacks one major element, which is this council ought to be promoting having none of the above on a voting slip. For the simple reason,
just hold for a moment, Councillor Waters. We are trying to encourage members at this point to sit down, and I think maybe easier to hear. If you'd be willing to do that, or
I'm quite happy to stand up, Lord Mayor, and I'm sure everybody can hear me as well. Why?
Sorry, the point.
The system is not as good as we might like it to be, I'm afraid.
Seems rather unfortunate. As I say, I'm quite happy to support the motion. I just think that it's lacking in one major fundamental point, that we ought to, as a council, be promoting having none of the above on a voting slip. And I'm sure that on the 2nd of May, when the turnout figures are released for the mayoral elections, we will see the importance of that figure, because I am sure that the turnout for the voting public of York and North Yorkshire will be an endorsement of why we should have that option to vote for none of the above when we vote. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I do hope you can hear me sat down.
Thank you very much. I haven't seen any other hands. Councillor Rose.
Thank you. We've heard about the massive size of the demographic impacted as described, but we've also heard about the impact beyond that demographic into other demographics. Voting is complicated for anyone not invested in politics. The rules and processes are a bit weird. How many residents in the city know or don't know that there's a mayoral election in May at all, or know how to register to vote or postal vote? Who knows if blue badges are voter ID, if Commonwealth passport holders can vote in every election, if EU citizens can vote in mayoral but not general elections, that you need a national insurance number or photo ID now to register for postal voting. I meet residents all the time who think they're registered to vote and then turn out not to be, and trying to explain to them what they need to do is difficult enough. But now I have to explain that in 2024, they can't do a digital signature. They have to take a photo of an ink signature to submit digitally to be able to get postal votes and what a proxy vote is. It's complicated and it can sound exhausting if you haven't voted before. And 40% of this demographic have never voted before. Others in this room are far more qualified to talk about barriers to voting, accessibility and polling stations, and far more beyond this room as well. I hope that we get the chance to listen to them and bring that into what we've got in the resolves here. And the national campaign that this is based on has other ideas as well. So automatic voter registration, neurodiversity and disability training, events for better democratic participation, more flexible voting options, more support for registering to vote, making discretionary support mandatory, making political literacy a statutory requirement for electoral services, following other councils lead in social workers going through the rights and processes with the people they support. A lot of that's for Westminster, not for this motion, but could be written to Westminster about. But all of that is to say, final point, that the motion is the easy bit, and getting this through is easy. The journey and the battle continues on from there, not just into the first election in May and the general after that, but beyond that as well. So thank you everyone for the many kind words about this issue, and I think hopefully we can work cross-party to make this better for the city.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. Councillor Rowley, you wish to?
Thank you. I did indicate a little bit earlier, but
I'm afraid I didn't see your hand.
I appreciate that. So the Conservative group are more than happy to support this motion. Most of my thunder has been stolen by those contributors earlier on. There was a couple of things I did want to just highlight, really, you know, a lot of the issues that we've discussed this evening are around unseen disabilities. And some that are close to my heart, as many of you know, are things like autism, dyspraxia, and those that have got sensory issues. For most of us walking into a polling station, however sparsely populated it might be, it's not a problem. For someone that has sensory issues, it can be a huge problem going into a polling station. So as part of the recommendations that you're going to be looking at, putting forward, can I just ask that you also look at the provision of a quiet booth for voting? I appreciate it's not anything that's in the remit of the council, but in your discussions with central government, you know, please can you lobby for quiet booths for those that have got sensory issues? But apart from that, the Conservative group are more than happy to support this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter, do you want to reply?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone for their comments, and it's really nice to see cross-party working, and I wish we saw a lot more of that in the chamber.
Thank you. And we'll move to the vote. So if you wish to vote for the motion, please raise your hands now. That is unanimous. Thank you very much, members. And with that, we have dealt with the motions on notice for this evening. We move to item 10, questions to the leader or executive members. I invite members to question the leader and executive members in respect of any matter within their portfolio responsibility in accordance with Council Procedure Rule B11. Please address Lord Mayor with your question, speaking clearly, and indicate to which executive member you wish your question to be directed. We have a maximum of 15 minutes for this section of the meeting. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a question for the Executive Member for Transport, and it comes on behalf of the whole of the Planning Committee, who sat through an epic on Tuesday, which was longer than even a council meeting such as this. And the unanimous position, I think, of the committee was that the ring road should be dualled, but it was absolutely imperative that we capture all of the additional benefits in terms of taking traffic out of the city centre and around the ring road, out of the villages and onto the ring road, but also all of the active travel elements and public transport benefits that could be found as well. Unfortunately, the committee was unable to condition those within the approval. And so we've added an informative, which is to be agreed with myself and the Vice Chair, but would really like to hear the ways in which you will work to ensure that all of those benefits are delivered.
Thank you, Councillor Crawshaw. You've caught me a little bit on the hop with that question, but I will do my best to answer it. What? Okay. I think, yeah, so I think probably where the planning committee got to yesterday, thank you to everybody that's on the planning committee. It was a very long meeting, as indeed it should be, given the importance of the issue for the city. But I think the planning committee probably arrived at a similar position to the applicant, ourselves, in that there are things that you can and can't do within planning law. We inherited the scheme. We took it forward as we promised we would do. We addressed the issues that Active Travel England had raised with the scheme, the things that were missing from it.
We tweaked it a bit more to try and improve the active travel elements of it. But we pretty much took it about as far as we could under its current iteration without unnecessarily delaying it further because, I mean, as everybody in the room knows, the local plan that's going through adoption is contingent upon the dualling of the ring road as well. So what we have to do now is we have to take the results of the citywide local transport consultation, and they have been overwhelmingly in support of sustainable travel in the city. And we have to make sure that we use the opportunity that dualling the ring road brings to tie in the advantages of moving towards more sustainable means of travel are. So, you know, where dualling the ring road takes traffic out of the city centre, we absolutely need to make sure that that's locked in. It will be incumbent on this authority and subsequent authorities and the incoming Lord Mayor to make sure that we maximise those benefits. You know, ultimately, sorry, the incoming Mayor, sorry, Lord Mayor. It's ultimate, but if you can sort it out, Lord Mayor, that'd be great. I mean, ultimately, these are political decisions, you know, and I've got to say that both the local plan and the dualling of the ring road are really 20th century solutions to our problems. We need to be thinking bigger than that. We need to be thinking light rail. We need to be thinking trams. And again, the incoming elected mayor gives us the opportunity to think about that. But I can already feel the tension in the room that he's going on too long and he's trying to talk it all out. So I'll stop there because there is lots more I could say.
Thank you. Councillor Healy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is for Councillor Kent or Councillor Revilius. Following the trial of gating Gillygate to improve air quality, can you please confirm whether this trial found that the air pollution issues were merely moved to other parts of the city as standing traffic increased on Lord Mayor's Walk and other nearby roads? And will you please commit to sharing the information obtained through the trial and what plans are now to be taken forward?
Yeah, thank you. What I can say about that trial is that it was a very short trial. We couldn't draw conclusions from it in that it was just for, I think, 2 weeks, for a few days over each week. So there's no way we could start to say whether that's going to change the air quality on Gillygate or not. It was simply a test of whether altering the traffic signals had an adverse effect on other roads in the city. And what we found was that we could alter the traffic signals on Gillygate and not have an adverse effect on other roads in the city. So it showed that we could try to do that to see if we could then improve the air quality. What we're now looking at is whether we can roll that out into a longer trial, and we will include increased monitoring on other roads to see if air quality changes across not just Gillygate, but other roads in the surrounding area. We'll also be looking at health impacts with the Director of Public Health to see on particularly poor pollution days whether there's increases in hospital admissions. So we're going to do a really thorough study to see if we can improve the poor air quality on Gillygate, which can't carry on.
No supplementary. Okay. Fine. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is also for the executive members for environment and the climate emergency. So can you tell us what's happening with York's Climate Commission and what direction you expect it to take going forward?
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Yes, I'm delighted to. We had a really good day on January the 11th when over 100 organisations, partners, businesses and voluntary groups or representatives of voluntary groups came to the Merchant Adventurers Hall. It was hosted for free by them. They're doing their own, they're committed to their own climate action plan with a ground source heat pump in the River Foss and solar panels in the apex of the roof. And it was a fantastic collaborative day where people came together and effectively put themselves forward to say they would take their organisation and join the city as to meet our net zero and our nature recovery targets. Out of that day, over 10 working groups emerged, ranging from waste, energy, the built environment, food, nature recovery, 2 nature recovery groups, educators and youth engagement. Several of those have already met. There's a steering group being formed, which is meeting in a few weeks' time. And each of the groups has set their own actions to take place over the next remainder of this year to support and actually go further than the council, because the council, as you know, is only responsible itself for 3% of the city's emissions. It's a work in progress. It's a co-design. So in that sense, we aren't in control of it. We've enabled this to happen and go forward, and we're dependent on all the people who came along and who are taking it forwards, and to new members who are also applying and joining us over the next few months. But it's so far been a really encouraging, productive, collaborative partnership. It'll be meeting again in January, again at the Merchant Adventurers Hall next year, when we hope to celebrate the progress that's been made and the steps that have been taken.
Thank you. Councillor Fenton.
Sorry. Question for Councillor Kilbane. A question about grit bins. I was in correspondence with an officer recently and was made aware of a review that's ongoing in terms of location of grit bins around the city. I asked if there'd be an opportunity for councillors to be involved in that review, because many of the grit bins that have been installed have been in response to requests from residents associations, from residents, and have been funded through the ward budget. A month has gone past and I haven't had a response. So I just wondered whether I should take that as a sign that councillors won't have the opportunity to engage in that review, but I would welcome a commitment from you that that will be possible. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm allowed a supplementary?
Yes, please do have a supplement. That was a very short response, Councillor Kilbane.
Are you able to set a time scale on when that opportunity might arise, please?
I think, Councillor Fenton, if you can email me with the details of the officer concerned, and then I will respond to that email and we'll get something worked out from that.
Thank you. Councillor Nichols.
A question for Councillor Kilbane. Obviously, there was a trial agreed some months ago for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. Conservatives say yes. Any updates on the implementation, which my residents have got a close interest in?
We do like politicians who are prepared to not toe the line. So we're very obviously, just for context, the parish council within Bishopthorpe and the local councillor submitted a request for 20-mile speed limit throughout the whole village, which I was very happy to grant. It will be used as a trial under a TRO to see what the impact is on the village, because obviously if it works on the village, then it could be rolled out to other areas who are requesting them. So it wasn't an easy place to get to, but we got there. And now I think we need to act on it. We need to have some urgency to that actually being put in place. So I'll pick that up with officers first thing, and no, not tomorrow. Got a day off tomorrow. First thing Monday. Okay, but if you can email me as well, Councillor Nichols, and add to the 500 emails I've got.
Supplementary, please go ahead, Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So thank you for your answer there, Councillor Kilbane. I'm encouraged by that. Dunnington also requested the 20-mile-an-hour trial as well. So can I assume that Dunnington will be high on the list of priorities?
Yeah, Dunnington and Poppleton are in the queue. And like most villages, to be honest, I think the issue that we're dealing with is that we're not sure when the new plan for drivers comes out from your administration, whether or not they're going to allow 20-mile-an-hour zones to cover whole areas. So if you could do some lobbying on behalf of your residents, then that would be great, because it would be terrible to get to this point and have it be thwarted by your own administration. So that would be good. And the other issues there are issues around enforcement. There are issues around sort of highways processes that we have worked through. And part of the Bishopthorpe trial is to make sure that we have worked through those properly before we roll it out further. But if people want to calm the traffic and make speed interventions where they live, then I'm very happy to support that. I've got to say, the more observant amongst you might hear a slight Liverpool twang in my accent. And when I do go back over that side of the Pennines, where you go into areas where it's still 30 miles an hour, people are driving around at 30 and 40, and it just feels crazy. You know, so I think in a lot of areas of York, we've started to get speeds under control. We need to extend that into the places where residents want it and are requested it. That should be an absolute no-brainer to me.
Councillor Whitcroft, you indicated fairly early on.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to ask Councillor Webb, first of all, to welcome the new home for children in care in Fishergate Ward that was opened by this administration on Friday. I and several other councillors from across the council had the privilege to go and visit and talk to the staff there as we prepare to change young people's lives in the city for the better. I'm very proud of that achievement, very proud it's in my ward. But I want to know what's next, really. What's happening with the Together We Can programme, and what's the plan for children in care in York in the future?
Thank you, Councillor Whitcroft. Yeah, and I'd just like to say thank you to all the members across the chamber who actually visited our home on Friday and took the opportunity to speak to young people and speak to council officers who have been working incredibly hard. And it would be wrong for me not to thank those council officers who, in children's services, are under extreme pressures every day and yet are still able to progress policy and make the changes that we need to see in our city for the better. Sadly, the children's home in question actually closed in 2021, and it's a real shame that it hasn't opened up. It was 2021, Councillor Douglas. It's a real shame that it hasn't opened up sooner, and it closed in the first place. I mean, it's almost certainly led to some of our children who most need our desperate support to be in the city, to be in our communities. It's actually led to some of those young people, I'm sure, sadly, having to be housed away from York. And this is firstly and most importantly a negative outcome for those young people because they're further away from their communities, they're further away from us as their corporate parents. But also there is a cynical financial element to that as well. So I'm really, really glad that we've now got to the point where that home has reopened. And the Together We Can programme. I mean, there's elements of this that we talked a lot about partnership work. And this is something where we're working with colleagues in health to deliver for our young people. It's about helping them to thrive. It's about supporting their development and well-being. We are going to have council staff working from the home. There will be no labels. There will be people who are supporting young people in that home. Those young people will know them. They will know the council workers who are in there. And that is really, really important. And that gives us the opportunity to integrate these young people back into their communities. It helps them stay in York. It provides a home for people who are really, really vulnerable. And I think that's a huge positive. And I just want to sort of finish by saying that
if you could, because we have exhausted our time.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I just really do welcome everyone's support for this. This is a real positive and long may it continue. Thank you.
Thank you, members. That concludes the questions. We move on to item 11, report of the executive member being Councillor Pavlovic, the executive member for Housing, Planning, Safer Communities. That report is set out in the council papers, and I invite members to question Councillor Pavlovic on his written report. For this section, we have 10 minutes. Councillor Widdowson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Pavlovic, you mentioned the homeless strategy. The Salvation Army is now not part of that strategy. In the now scrapped report into what happened with the Salvation Army, it stated that you didn't want the contract to end. Is that the case?
Thank you, Councillor Widdowson. You haven't seen the strategy, so you don't know what's in it, by the way.
Just repeating what I've heard, that it was
But
scrapped.
let's work on the assumption that you'll see it when it's published. And just as an aside, I will get to the point. I have offered both Councillor Vassy and Councillor Myers the opportunity to input into it before it goes out to consultation. But it's immaterial whether I supported the decision or whether I didn't support the decision. The decision to end the Salvation Army contract was a legal decision that was made on the advice of our statutory officers, who said that the extension of the contract should have ended in November 2022. It was extended to March 31st of 2023, and that it could not therefore be further extended. We were given very clear guidance by our legal officer and by our section 151 that it could not be extended, and that's why the decision was made by those responsible executive members responsible for finance, that decision had to be supported. Supplementary.
The report, because we have seen parts of the report. So the report subsequently went on to say, the report then went on to say that you subsequently found a prejudicial interest and recused yourself. At the Budget Council, you revealed this interest was that 10 years ago, you worked for a charity that delivered services for rough sleepers. Is it true that you didn't have a current prejudicial interest and that you didn't want to be present?
Genuinely, it was not a case of whether I wanted to be present or whether I didn't want to be present. The decision was given on the advice of the officers that a legal process had been started, and therefore that had to be seen through. My prejudicial interest, which by the way, I had sort of declared at numerous housing scrutiny meetings during the last administration, whenever the Salvation Army came up, was that I was part of the resettlement process. So that's all it was.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. I don't think it's appropriate at all for members to be questioning when a executive member or any other member of the chamber has given a declared an interest. If they've declared an interest and recused themselves, that's because they feel they've had good reason. To suggest otherwise is, I believe, completely out of order. If members have a suggestion that they believe that Councillor Pavlovich has breached any of the Nolan principles or the code of conduct, there is a process for that.
It's not a point of order.
I don't believe it should be allowed. It's bringing the council into disrepute to even suggest that a member would declare a point of...
Councillor Crawshaw, you've made the point. We've heard what you had to say. Is there a further supplementary?
Supplementary, please, Lord Mayor.
Had you finished? Okay.
Councillor Pavlovich, in future, if you were dealing with a long-term contract for a supplier to deliver services for the homelessness, and you were aware that that contract was coming towards the end of its time, do you believe that you would enter into a re-procurement process in a timely way to ensure that that contract does not need extending and does not come to an end in a way that is in any way detrimental to the homeless people of the city?
Thank you. I'm trying to answer these questions as clearly and as honestly as I can. The last administration had 2 years of planning for a new resettlement strategy. They did not reach any sort of consensus about any services, including those that were commissioned, nor did they have a viable strategy that they could agree with. And therefore, That's why the homeless population, who, as you know, I have been committed to for pretty much all of my professional life in York, and I won't take lectures from anybody that I've let homeless people down. Had they spent the 2 years whilst that contract was still ongoing, we wouldn't be in this position now. And that's not to say that they would have recommissioned it or not. I have no idea. They couldn't come to a conclusion.
Thank you. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Pavlovic, in your report on the local plan, you mentioned the traveller provision. It's now nearly 5 years since an evicted family from the Oswaldwick Traveller site were instructed by a City of York officer to take residents in a lay-by on a public highway, thus meaning that the North Yorkshire Police can do nothing in terms of moving them on. For the last 5 years, City of York Council have provided waste removal for them at no cost to them, fresh water at no cost to them, but at the cost of the taxpayer, and removal of their sewage at no cost to them, but at the cost of the taxpayer. The residents around that area have repeatedly said how disappointed they are with the situation. We've tried, myself and my council colleague have tried to get the situation resolved. So what advice do we give, myself and Councillor Waters, what do we say to the residents of Dunnington and Holtby and along that particular stretch of road who are now 5 years into this fiasco? What do we say to them to encourage that this will come to a resolution?
Thank you. And I'm glad you phrased the question that you did, because you know as well as I do that nobody would get involved in a discussion about an individual family or an individual case. What I would advise you to advise your residents is there is a process, there is a local plan, there is a Gypsy and Traveller provision within that local plan, and they just have to wait for that to take its course. We are, as I've referenced, we've just gone through the local plan hearing in respect of Gypsy and Traveller provision. We expect the inspector's report anytime soon. It hasn't come this week, and hopefully it will come before Easter. And then we'll just have to look at the options depending on what they say.
Okay, we've got about a minute and a half left in this section. I'd appreciate keeping it short. Councillor Waters.
It could be construed as a supplementary question, but to the executive member, the long length of your report matches the large level of sympathy I have for you tackling such a large portfolio, parts of which were in an awful state when handed over to you. With that in mind, I'd like to refer you to your comments on the local plan, and in particular, your comments in the first sentence mentioning the local plan coming towards a conclusion, which you ended with a question mark. Given the recent phase 5 hearings into Gypsy and Traveller matters, what conclusion are you envisaging?
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Well, that's the £4 million and counting question, isn't it? I very much hope that we will have a plan that will be ready for adoption shortly, but it's not in our gift. We are dependent on the inspectorate report on Gypsy and Traveller provision, which, as you know, was sadly lacking in the submitted local plan. The submitted local plan, the draft local plan that was submitted in 2018, we're now in 2024, 6 years and counting, with still no resolution. as we said, as I said in my report, this isn't the plan we would have brought forward. But we have to work with what we were given the stage that the plan was already at. So I very much hope that they will come back with a soundness assessment that leaves us no longer in open season for speculative development, because that's where we are.
Thank you. I think we need to draw a line there. We've exceeded the time allowed. We do need to get through this next items on the agenda. Item 12, report of the Chair of Corporate Service, Climate Change Scrutiny Management Committee. Councillor Fenton, would you please move receipt of the report set out in the papers?
Formally moved, Chair.
May I have a seconder?
Formally seconded.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to debate this report, or is council happy to agree? Councillor Healy.
Very quick, Lord Mayor. Will the chairman of CSCCSM sorry?
Okay, made the point. Councillor Healy, please continue.
Apologies. Will the chair, totally lost my thought now. Will the chair thank Councillor Pavlovich for bringing the ward funding to pre-scrutiny before the decision? Will you also thank him for requesting officers to come up with additional options based on our feedback? And I hope that we will be able to come to the decision-making session and be able to support your recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Are we members happy to agree and accept this? Please indicate, please raise your hands. Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Item 13, Police, Fire and Crime Panel, amendments to arrangements. Councillor Douglas, would you like to move this for us, please?
Moved, Lord Mayor.
May I have a seconder? Thank you. Does anybody wish to debate the report, or is council happy to agree? I think council's happy to agree. Again, if you just indicate raising a hand, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. That is approved. Item 14. 2024-2025 corporate calendar. Again, I invite Councillor Douglas to move the proposed arrangements for the calendar meetings as proposed on page 107 and 108 in the papers we have.
Moved, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I think that was Councillor Pavlovic seconding. Okay. Does anybody wish to debate this proposal, or is council again happy to agree? Raise hands. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, council. That is approved. If only it was all so easy. Item 15, the proposed changes to the composition and quorum of Staffing Matters and Urgency Committee. Before I invite Councillor Douglas to move any recommendations set out in the report of the council papers, I'm going to invite the monitoring officer to provide us with an update from yesterday's Audit and Governance Committee, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to confirm for council benefit that Audit and Governance yesterday considered and endorsed the proposed amendment, and council is therefore asked to approve the proposed amendment as set out. In doing so, council is asked to note that the increase in committee size results in a recalculation of the overall political balance for the council, leading to an overall additional place for the Liberal Democrat group. Following consultation with the leader of the Labour group, it's been agreed that the Labour group will lose one place on the Health, Housing and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Committee, taking their membership of that committee from 6 members to 5, and that the Liberal Democrat membership of that committee will consequently rise from 4 members to 5. Group leaders are therefore asked to supply their nominations for the lost and newly allocated committee places in due course. Finally, I would also ask council to note that in table 5 on page 135 of tonight's report, the words "lose one" have erroneously appeared in the Conservative column rather than in the Labour column, as shown in table 6 on page 136 of your report pack. Conservatives do not have a place on that committee, and it is therefore impossible for them to lose a place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I'm sure we all followed that. I invite Councillor Douglas to move the recommendation set out on page 128 of the agenda relating to the proposed changes to the composition and quorum of staffing matters and urgency committee. Councillor Douglas.
Moved, Lord Mayor.
Again, may I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Kilbane. I invite debate on the recommendations. Councillor Hollier.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members will be aware that the Liberal Democrat members deliberately did not attend last night's Audit and Governance Committee and will not be supporting the change to the Constitution this evening. Far from being a dereliction of duty, as stated by Councillor Kilbane, about the only thing he did manage to express an opinion on in his report, it was precisely because we take our responsibilities and stewardship of the Constitution extremely seriously. I don't recall similar condemnation from Councillor Kilbane when the Labour chair of CSMC walked out of the meeting not that long ago over his concerns on a constitutional issue, but maybe I missed it. This is not because of any particular beef with the change itself, but the process we have gone through is very concerning, with the change being rushed through to satisfy what appears to be a short-term issue. Indeed, I agree that it is unhelpful to have an even-numbered committee, and the question then is why we've set that up on the combined authority, with even numbers of the two main groups, which then relies on the chair's vote. But the remedy for that situation on SMU seems to be to create another committee with an even number of councillors and the same numbers of the main groups, relying on the chair's casting votes. This goes to the reason for the concerns about the process being undertaken. We have a constitution working group going through it collegiately with a fine-tooth comb, considering issues in the round and, crucially, the knock-on effects and potential unforeseen consequences. This, I'm sure, is gruelling but necessary work for those poor souls that have been tasked with it, and I'm sure they have our thanks for it. We can see the risks of taking a single issue and making a hasty change in the proposal before us. The argument for the urgency of the change, I'm sure, is well intended by the monitoring officer, but does not hold water. All that would be necessary to resolve the issues with SMU would be to schedule more regular meetings, cancel them if necessary. The system has worked fine for years, taking us through the pandemic amongst many other issues, and we've just passed a timetable with just 4 scheduled meetings of SMU in the next year. We're setting ourselves up for these sorts of issues and seem to be developing a policy of meeting by ambush. I would urge Council to reject the proposed change and look forward to a future significant series of amendments, hopefully also including the loss of the Deputy Leader's report at some point in the relatively near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rose.
Thank you very much. And some interesting points raised there. One interesting point raised earlier as well, which is that everybody in this room really wants to change the constitution to make this meeting not 10:15 or 10:20 or whatever time it is now, and to remove the deputy leaders section. And it hasn't happened because we're going through a constitutional review, and that, as much as we might want it to be urgently dealt with now, and there's still time for it to be on the urgent business, is not urgent. The reason that this is urgent is because we have an urgency committee, and it has to meet about urgent matters, and it has to be able to meet to do so. Interesting point to raise about the combined authority mayoral committee, which is 5 people, specifically to avoid it being 4 people, currently 4 by necessity. And interesting point about the fact that you've just voted through the 4 meetings over the year ahead, instead of voting against the calendar and recommending that change. To get this here tonight, it's had to go through a number of steps. And whether we treat it as a minor act of protest, as you said earlier, or dereliction of duty, as Councillor Cobain said, you know, you used the phrase deliberately just then, and that's, you know, a reasonable word. Prior to that, obviously, we had a constitutional working group a week and 6 days ago to prep this, and there was every single member in attendance except 0 Lib Dems in attendance at that meeting. And I want to know if you are willing to engage, whether that was deliberate, and whether, if it was, that was a minor act of protest or dereliction of duty. And prior to that, we had a really significant attempt to try and have this urgency committee meet, with lots of dates offered, with the ability to have any of the 19 Lib Dems here present to that meeting as substitutes, where that meeting didn't take place on multiple occasions, with about a month full notice on that. Was that deliberate as well? Was that a deliberate minor act of protest or other? How are we here where this has become an urgent matter that has to be discussed tonight when it didn't need to be and it could have been dealt with by the working group? It did pass the working group unanimously. It did pass ANG unanimously. It was supported by not just Labour people, but a Conservative councillor on the working group and an independent member on the ANG committee. So I just want to put all that out there. If we're going to start challenging this and saying this is not done appropriately and the reasons that we're here, I wasn't going to speak tonight, but since you baited me, there's my response.
Thank you, Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Leader and Labour Bingo have spoken earlier and throughout the meeting about the impact of misinformation. In fact, I think it was included in that particular speak. It's an easy thing to say, but it's more important that you actually put that in practice. The facts are 4 members of our group were offered only 10 dates at short notice that were not appropriate for any of those 4 members. Given work, family commitments planned well in advance, this should not have been a surprise. Rather than seek a date that did work, a date was chosen that suited only the full-time councillors. At 4 o'clock today, perhaps the only date and time that we could guarantee that nobody in my group could possibly attend. Then, and only then, were we informed when we said we couldn't make that meeting that it could be any of the 19. At no point were the 19 invited prior to that decision. 10 dates to 4 particular members. We're now saying a meeting has appeared next week. This was never offered to the Liberal Democrat group as an alternative. All that was required was a sensible conversation about availability, not a rigid insistence on unworkable solutions, multiple meetings, and emergency constitutional amendments. All we ever said were those 10 dates given to us with about 2.5 weeks' notice were not doable for the 4 members.
I think we have to be very conscious of the time, as you pointed out earlier, Councillor Rose. I'm going to just draw a line there and give the opportunity to Councillor Douglas to respond.
The long and short is, as Councillor Rose outlined, the Staffing Matters and Urgency Committee is an urgency committee. And in my view, if you've been offered 10 meetings dates in order to convene that committee after the 16th of February, and we held it today on the 21st of March, there is no reason at all why there couldn't have been some arrangement to get 2 Liberal Democrat members there and carry out the processes, the regular business of the council as the residents of York would expect.
I'm sure if we were minded to, we could spend an awful lot longer, but I'm not going to allow that. I'm going to move to the vote. If you wish to vote for the recommendations, please raise your hands now. Okay. Thank you. And those who wish to vote against?
19.
And abstentions? Okay, that is carried 26-19. I think that as I have no further urgent business, that concludes our meeting this evening. Thank you all very much. Councillor Mason.
From Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think given it's your second term in the last council meeting, it would be remiss of us just to give you a little round of applause. I think you've done very well in this last year, keeping us in check, and obviously after the year apprenticeship have managed to introduce a bit of humour as well into full council. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.